Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. I welcome you back to today's class of governance, class number 4, module number 4. Good evening. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Let others join in and then we will begin the class. Thank you so much. Good evening. Sahil, status quo means the current situation. Status quo means let everything remain like as it is. Don't change anything. That is status quo. For example, when you say maintain status quo means remain at the same place, remain at the same job, don't change anything. That is called status quo. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Perfect. So, once again, very warm welcome to everyone. Although there is a lot of warmth, anyways, in the country, but very warm welcome to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. Today is class number 4, module number 4 of governance. Today we are continuing on the theme of corruption. Yesterday, in the theme of corruption, we had studied about the Prevention of Corruption Act and the Lokpal and Lokayuktas. Today, we will be discussing about 4 extremely important topics. Today, we will be starting our discussion with the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Then we will be discussing about CVC, which stands for Central Vigilance Commission. Then we will be discussing about a body that remains in the news for a lot of interesting reasons, that is ED, Enforcement Directorate. And then in the end, we will be talking about the Whistleblower Protection Act. These are the 4 things that we will be studying today. But as we have been doing earlier as well, let us quickly revise in brief what we studied yesterday, and then we will begin the class for today. Yesterday, we started our discussion about corruption. We started the discussion by discussing something called the Corruption Perception Index, that is published by an international NGO called Transparency International, that every year publishes a ranking of different countries, their government specifically, about the level of corruption that exists in those countries. We know that last year around, India got the 85th rank out of 180 countries. I also showed you how India's score is usually 40 and remains the same almost every single year. Then we discuss about how this perception index actually is done. I told you how it is usually the NGO that gets in touch with business people, etc. They ask them about their perception of the government, and that is how the ratings are given. Then we discussed about the Prevention of Corruption Act, also called as a PCA. This is the primary law for the government of India to regulate corruption related offenses by the public officers in India. This law says that taking a bribe is an offense, criminal misconduct, enriching yourself is a offense, and amassing disproportionate asset, having more money, more property than what you can justify, what you could have possibly got, that also is an offense. All these 3 are offenses. These offenses are covered by public servants. Also, public servants, if you have to investigate a case against them, you require the prior approval of the government for the sanction. We also discussed how there have been recent changes in 2018 mainly about the Prevention of Corruption Act. There have been increased punishment for taking a bribe, at least 7 years. Taking a new advantage means forcing someone, that will also be punished. Gifts have been criminalized. Bribe givers have also been criminalized. Corporate bribery also has been criminalized. So if there is a corporate who is giving a bribe, they will also be criminalized. Immediate forfeiture of the property that has been acquired through corruption, and also there is a time bound trial. The trial, as we discussed, is 2 years usually, but can be extended up to maximum of 4 years and not more than that. Then we discussed about the Lokpal and the Lokayuktas yesterday, how the demand of the Lokpal has been a very old demand in India, but Lokpal law only was passed in 2013. Lokpal only came into being in 2019. The idea was Lokpal was simple, to have an independent office to inquire into corruption of the public servants. At the state level, similarly, we have the Lokayuktas. We discuss how Lokpal is not a single member body. The Lokpal would have one chairperson and maximum of 8 members. Out of these 8 members, half of them can be judicial members and half of them can be non-judicial members. Out of the judicial members, by the way, let me ask you this. What was the qualification for judicial members of Lokpal? What was the qualification for judicial members? Qualification for judicial members. Okay, Sahil. There are two qualifications. I want you to tell me both. Okay, Abhishek, Navonil. Okay, okay. A lot others are also giving the correct answer. So basically, we did discuss for judicial members. What was the eligibility criteria? You either be a Supreme Court judge or you be a High Court Chief Justice. Chief Justice of High Court or the Supreme Court judge. A lot of people, for some reason, are writing this CJI of High Court. That is not how it works. CJI in this, what is I? In CJI, what is I? I is India. So you cannot be the Chief Justice of India of a High Court. You can be Chief Justice of High Court, not Chief Justice of India of a High Court. Remember? So you have Chief Justice of the High Court, or you have to be a retired Supreme Court judge. These are the qualifications for judicial members. Then for non-judicial members, we did discuss about the 25-year criteria, 25-year experience, and a lot of other activities. We also discussed how at least half of the members should be from SC, ST, OBC, minority, or women. Then we discussed about the first Lokpal. The first Lokpal that was appointed was Justice P.C. Ghosh, Pinaki Chandra Ghosh, retired judge of the Supreme Court. How to become a Lokpal chairman? Either you have to be a retired Chief Justice of India or a retired Supreme Court judge or any of these. That is 25 years of experience in all these things. Means basically what they mean is a senior civil servant. Senior civil servant. Just give me a moment, guys. Just a second. Just a second. Yeah. So either you be a civil servant, senior civil servant with 25 years of experience, or you have to be a retired Chief Justice of India or a former judge of the Supreme Court. Now, apart from that, similar is the qualification for non-judicial members. As I said, 25 years of experience in all of these things would be required to be a non-judicial member. Then we discussed that the term of the office is 5 years, retirement age is 70 years, salary of the Lokpal chairperson is the same as a Chief Justice of India, while salary of the other members of the Lokpal is equal to the Supreme Court judge. Then we discussed about the jurisdiction. Even the Prime Minister is covered under the jurisdiction of the Lokpal in certain conditions, not in all. A lot of conditions, a lot of decisions taken by the Prime Minister are beyond the scope of the Lokpal. Then all the ministers of the union government, all the members of parliament, group A, B, C, D officials, all of these are covered under the Lokpal. Not just this, a person who has been in charge of a government society set up by the Central Government Act, all of these will also be under the Lokpal jurisdiction. Then we did discuss how the Lokpal has not been a success in the sense that Lokpal has not been able to prosecute, has not been able to prove that some higher level official has been guilty so far. We discussed how the Lokpal has not lived up to the hype When Lokpal idea was being discussed, when people wanted a Lokpal, we thought everything will be great once we have the Lokpal, but that has not been the case. Then we discussed about the Lokayukta, how just like we have the Lokpal at the center level, we have the Lokayuktas at the state government level. I also told you don't need to go very deep into Lokayuktas of each and every state. The reason is simple. Every state government has their own version of the Lokayukta. Maharashtra had it in 1971, and other states also have had it for a long, long time. But every state has a different method, different powers, different functions. So you don't have to go into deep of all the lokayuktas. I gave you a couple of examples also, some interesting examples last in the last class. We discussed about the Lokayukta of Kerala, how he was given a lot of powers and then the powers were taken away by the state government of Kerala because they were fearing that they would have to now suffer the consequences. And we did discuss about how the UP Lokayukta also was replaced by the Supreme Court under the Article 142 powers because the UP government itself was not changing the Lokayukta. These were the things that we had discussed yesterday in the last module. Today marks the beginning of a new module. And as I said, today we'll be discussing about four things: the CBI, the CVC, Enforcement Directorate, and in the end, we'll be discussing about a law called the Whistleblowers Protection Act. So the first thing will be about the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Before that, let me quickly take up a very few topics and then we'll go ahead. Let me take a few questions quickly. Yashwant is saying, you said the head of the bench can't be non-judicial member, but what if the chairperson is a non-judicial member? Can he be the head? Yashwant, if you remember what was written, either the Lokpal chairperson will be the head if he is a member. If he is not in the bench, then a non-judicial member cannot be the head. Plus, non-judicial member, chairperson not the member. So chairperson is separate. Amongst the members, a non-judicial member cannot be the head. Rajat is saying, what is group A, B, C, D? So, Rajat, when you join the government service, all the government officers, government servants have different ranks. The topmost officers of the government are group A. So, when you become an IAS, when you go into All India Service, IPS, etc., you will be called group A officers. So, group A officers are the ones with most salary, most power. That's a kind of a rank. You would have heard this word gazetted officers. So rank group A are gazetted officers. Group B are those that are usually selected through the SSC examination. Then we have group C, group D. The lower you come, the lower will be the rank. Group A, the most powerful, the most prominent, the ones getting the most salary, most of the government services, etc. That is what the groups are. Then Shargun is saying, for governance, except the source you told, can we go through the book Bear Act? You can if you want to. I won't say it is necessary. Apart from the discussion that we are having, just keep a track of current affairs or governance. You will be covered very easily. Rajesh saying, why Adani scam is not taken by Lokayukta? I don't know what is Adani scam. Maybe ask the Lokayukta. You can file a complaint. Go ahead, be the good citizen. Go ahead, file a complaint. Let's see if it takes up or not. Yeah, spend 10 rupees. Spend 10 rupees. Basically, everything will cost 10 rupees. Okay. No, Satyam, we don't have a state-wise index of corruption. Maybe you can make one, but we don't have it for now. Vivek is saying, why can't non-government employees enjoy the benefit of whistleblowers? Vivek, let us first go to Whistleblower Protection Act. You might have read it on your own, which is great, but let the entire class read the Whistleblower Protection Act and then ask question about the Whistleblower Protection Act. Remember in schools, we used to have those students who used to ask questions from the next chapter. Remember? That teacher, I know this. Tell me something that we will study tomorrow. So, yes, Vivek is being that guy now. So, okay. Then, again, Bharti, any specific exam related questions? You can call your mentor number. They will help you out with that. They'll help you out with that. Okay. Rahul is saying, is governance relevant for mains mainly? Yeah, Rahul, mainly for mains, but some topics for governance where I am giving you prelims practice question, those are relevant for prelims also. For example, next 2-3 modules, the one module that we will do tomorrow, then on Monday, those are specifically for mains. Today also what we are discussing is relevant for prelims and mains, but from tomorrow we will jump into those modules that are specifically mains focused, that are not really relevant for the prelims exam. But so far whatever we have discussed, it can be asked in prelims also, it can be asked in mains also. Okay. Gayu, I forward your email to the team, you will get it, don't worry. Perfect. Okay, one last question. Labdi is saying, gifts received in the marriage can also be considered as a bribe or not. Labdi, as I said yesterday also, now the definition of a bribe has changed. Definition of bribe is not about exchange of money. Definition of bribe now is, are you doing your work dishonestly or not? So if you are doing your work dishonestly, then it will be bribe. Doesn't matter you took the dowry in return or not. That doesn't really matter. But dowry itself is not called a bribe. It may be banned under other laws, but it's not a crime as such under bribe. Okay, let's go ahead then. The beginning of today's class will be from a topic that all of you keep on reading in the news. You keep on hearing about this agency in the news, in the newspaper, time and time again. And that agency is CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, the first question is, why did the government need a body like this? That is a CBI. Why was it established? The idea is very simple. If you see how the police works in India, police is a state subject, meaning that every state has their own police. So Rajasthan government has their own police, Gujarat government has their own police, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Nagaland, everyone has their own police. They can investigate the crimes. When it comes to central government, they don't have their own investigative agency as such. Central government, for example, have something called the CAPF, Central Armed Police Force, like CRPF, etc. But those are not investigative agencies, right? They are for law and order. They go in when the situation is bad, when there are riots, etc. But there's no investigative team as such. So for the central government, if they want investigation into something, there has to be a body, and that is how the CBI got created, Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, it's an executive body that was formed under the resolution passed by the Home Ministry. So Home Ministry passed a resolution, and that is how the body got created. So it's an executive body. The earlier name of CBI used to be Special Police Establishment. So it was the British that formed this body, Special Police Establishment. It was renamed later on in 1963, called the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, the CBI, or the Central Bureau of Investigation, is very similar to the FBI. If you watch Hollywood movies, web series, etc., you would have all heard the name FBI, right? FBI is the investigative agency of the US. So the American, the US investigative agency, that is the FBI. The CBI is modeled very similar to that. The work that they do, the powers that they have, very similar to this. Now, by the way, let me ask you one question. Have you heard of something called NIA? Have you heard of something called NIA? What is NIA, or how is it different from CBI? Yes, Shweta, open up. How is NIA different from CBI? If that, I see, when someone asks you the difference, telling the full form is not the difference. So if you think full form is the difference, see, sir, N for national and C for central. So, sir, very, very big difference. So, but that is not the difference, right? So the difference can't be the full form. The difference means, what is the difference? Their functions. What do they do exactly? Okay, let me tell you. Okay, a lot of you know. Great, great. A lot of you know this. So basically, NIA is a very recent agency. NIA is National Investigation Agency. Basically, NIA was formed after the Mumbai terror attacks. The 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that all of you know of, where Taj Hotel and other places were attacked. After that, we had NIA. NIA is an investigative agency, but specifically for terror-related cases only. They are only for terror-related cases. Only for terror-related cases, specifically. That is what NIA is. that they also handle investigation, but only for terror-related cases only. CBI, on the other hand, takes a lot of different variety of cases. I'll discuss about those as well. But for now, the difference is NIA is also the investigative agency, but only for terror-related cases. CBI takes up a lot of other cases as well, and we will see that in just a bit. Now, whenever you talk about any investigative agency, and not just India, around the world, you talk about any investigative agency, US, Russia, China, whatever investigative agencies there are, how do you decide are they successful or unsuccessful? What is the parameter based on which you decide their success? The one parameter based on which you decide their success is the conviction rate. Now, what do you mean by the conviction rate? Conviction rate means, let's assume there are 100 people charged with the crime. So you have registered an FIR against 100 people. That these 100 people are involved. Now the CBI takes up the case, they will investigate the matter. Out of these 100 people, on how many people could you prove the case and they got the punishment? So if, for example, they could prove the case on 60 people, 60 people were punished out of these 100, so your conviction rate becomes 60%. Around the world, in terms of these investigating agencies, anything above 60% is considered very, very good. If you look at such agencies around the world, anything beyond 60% considered top class. So in that sense, if you look at our CBI, their conviction rate right now, this is slightly older, it's crossed 70% now. So despite all the criticism of the CBI that you talk about, that you read in the newspaper, despite all the criticism that we see time and time again, the reality is, if you look at the conviction rate of the CBI, it is extremely, extremely good. One of the topmost in the world. Very similar to FBI. They also have 60 to 70% conviction rate. So in that sense, it is a body, it is an agency that is top class in what they do. They have the skills. Yes, there are some issues, political interference, etc. But if you look at the pure numbers, they have been extremely, extremely strong. What are the kind of cases that they take up? CBI mainly has three different divisions or three different departments, you may call them, which take up different cases. First, the anti-corruption division. Anti-corruption division, as the name suggests, corruption-related cases, big scams that may have come out. So 2G scam, the Commonwealth Games scam, the Harshad Mehta scam. So these big scams that come out, corruption related cases, those are the ones that are ordered or that are handled by the CBI. Second, economic offenses. So economic offenses, for example, let's say someone is evading tax. Or let's say someone has taken all that money, misused it somewhere else. So tax evasion, those kind of cases are economic offenses that come under this division of the CBI. And the third one takes up basically all the remaining cases. That is the special crime division. Now, special crime division can take up a lot of different cases. You saw the unfortunate train tragedy in Odisha. The government ordered the CBI inquiry, so the CBI will take up that case also. You might have heard about, for example, Arushi murder case. I don't know how many of you have heard about it. The Arushi murder case, on which a movie also has been made, the Talwar movie. Arushi murder case in Noida, where this girl and the house help were killed. So if it's a murder case, if it's a case of genocide, mass murder, riots, etc., all those cases also are taken up by the CBI within the Special Crimes Division. So they have a Special Crime Division to take up all these kind of cases. So there are different types of cases that they take up. Now, please understand, it's easy for us to read in the paper, watch a movie about it. Watching a movie, you can say, oh, I know who is the killer. But in real life, trust me, when the CBI takes up an investigation, when the CBI actually takes up a case, it requires huge amount of skills to solve any case whatsoever. So they get proper training, they get trained on how to resolve these cases. It's not that common person can just walk into CBI and say that now I will resolve the case. So they go and undertake all the training. So what I mean to say is, usually what happens within the CBI also, they have different teams having different trainings. I'll give you an example. So let's say there may be a person within the CBI who would be trained to solve a crime, a murder. So they would have all the training of how to see the murder scene, etc. They may not know how to solve a tax related crime. So people solving a tax offense, tax evasion crime would be different team who would be trained in that. But the person solving a crime of, let's say, riots or these kind of murder, etc., would be different. So it's not one person doing everything. That is unfortunately not the case with the police. In the later on classes, we will discuss about, in fact, tomorrow itself, we will discuss about some police reforms in India which are required and the problems with the police. One of the things that makes CBI much better than the police. Why is it that you see police is not being able to solve a case, CBI does it? One of the reasons why CBI is different as compared to police is police, unfortunately, in any of the states, does not have these specialized teams. That this team is specialized in these kind of crimes. You will see one police person, unfortunately, the same person handling traffic duty on days, the same person handling the VIP security, the same person running after a criminal on the streets, the same person being called when there is a murder being committed, same person being called for any other offense. So that is a problem. When you have police which doesn't have a specialized specific training, on the other hand, you have the CBI. The reason why conviction rate of CBI is much better than police, or why people believe that they solve crimes better, is because of that training, the specialized version. It's not that they're different people. CBI, for example, most of the people working in the CBI have come from police only. Those who are working in the police, they came in and they started taking over the CBI duties. So most of these are the same people, just that their training is different, and that is what makes them much, much better at their job. Now, which are the cases, or how are the cases which end up at the CBI? So there are 3 pointers that you have to remember here. Point number 1, CBI can suo moto, means by itself, take up investigation of offenses only within the union territories. Any union territory of India, Delhi, Andaman Nicobar, Chandigarh, Puducherry, Jammu Kashmir, doesn't matter. If there is a case, there is an event, incident happened in a union territory, the CBI can take up the case. No permission required from the state government, doesn't matter, the CBI can take up the case. Second, what happens if the case is within a state? Central government can authorize a CBI to investigate a crime in a state, but only with the consent of the concerned state. Meaning that only and only if concerned state. Let's take an example. Let's say something happened in Madhya Pradesh. Or remove that. Let's take about Odisha only. What happened in Odisha? What happened in case of the train tragedy? So when the train accident happened, the central government announced that CBI will take up the inquiry. It happened within the state. So Odisha, for example, would have given the permission that yes, you can go ahead and take up the inquiry. So basically, when something happens within the state government must give permission. Only then the inquiry will be done by CBI. The state governments may deny the permission also, and we will discuss about this in just a while. I'll tell you how denying and why the denying of permission happens. But in case the permission is denied, in that case, it will not be taken up. But if the crime has to be investigated within a state, permission of the state is required. Then comes the third part. If the higher judiciary, that is Supreme Court and the High Courts, if they order the CBI to investigate a case, they can ask for investigation anywhere in the country without the permission of the state government. Again, if the Supreme Court or the High Court wants, they can direct the CBI to investigate a crime anywhere in the country without the consent of the state. So it is the power of the higher judiciary. These are the 3 different types of ways in which a case will end up with the CBI. Number 1, case in the union territory, CBI can take it up, no issues. Second case, if it happens within the state, central government can ask the CBI to take up the investigation, but only with the permission of the state. Third, in case the higher judiciary, the Supreme Court or the High Courts, in case they would want to go ahead and investigate the matter, they can ask the CBI to take up the investigation. In that case, the permission will not be required. These are the 3 examples, 3 cases of how the CBI actually comes in. Now, we'll discuss a bit later about what is the problem between the center and the states in just a bit. Now, CBI is headed by the director, that is a topmost post. CBI director is an IPS officer. Appointment of CBI director happens through the President of India on recommendation of a 3-member committee. So there are 3 members. The Prime Minister is the head of the committee. Then we have the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, and we have the Chief Justice of India. So it's a 3-member committee. Now see something very interesting here. See something very interesting. Do you see here in this committee, the interesting part is government does not have the majority. Do you see this? In CIC, CVC, even in the Lokpal, we saw that government had a majority of members, right? But over here, you will see the government does not have majority. So one person from the government, the Prime Minister, one person from the opposition, that is a leader of the opposition, and then one person expected to be neutral, that is the Chief Justice of India. So these are the 3 things that are separate. I will discuss about why is that the case in just a bit. Why is it that this is slightly different as compared to the other committees? We'll just come into it in just a bit. Now, let's first talk about the issues with the CBI. I'm sure all of you have read in the newspapers, especially the opposition members. They criticize the CBI, they criticize the ED, they say that the government is misusing their powers, the government is interfering in the CBI working, which is true. No one can deny that. There is excessive political interference. When you say excessive political interference, what do you mean? Basically, on paper, CBI is independent. On paper, you will see that CBI does not have to take orders from the government. They can decide how to take up a case, they can decide how to investigate. The government, at least on paper, does not interfere. But you also know what is the charm of coming in the government if you can't even control these bodies, right? Doesn't matter which party is in power, but you want to come to government so that you can control these bodies. So every government who has come to power has tried to control these bodies. So much so that the Supreme Court got so angry, and this is a quote of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court got so angry, Supreme Court said CBI is a caged parrot because it repeats the voice of its master. That is what the Supreme Court said in an open court, that CBI is like a caged parrot because it just keeps on repeating the voice of the master and does nothing else. So whatever the masters want, they will do it. It is a criticism of CBI that Supreme Court has done, one of the worst criticisms. And the worst part is, this is not the only criticism. Supreme Court every few months criticizes the CBI. But the problem is, you can't just criticize the CBI. You have to criticize their controllers, the government. CBI alone will not be able to do anything. There is excessive political interference. For example, there will hardly be any example of CBI conducting an inquiry against someone from the ruling party. Doesn't matter which party is it, which government it is, you will never see that there is someone from the ruling party against whom the CBI has conducted an inquiry or registered a case. That doesn't happen. There's not a political interference, which leads to delays in the investigation. Why? Let's assume right now CBI is investigating a case against a Congress leader. Tomorrow, let's assume the government changes, Congress comes to power. The first order Congress will give, stop the investigation into all these cases. What does it mean? It will result in delay in the investigation. So till the time the government changes, the investigation will not go ahead. So excessive political delay leads to investigation delays also in the CBI. That leads to the loss of credibility. What do you mean by loss of credibility? As a common man, when I open the newspaper and when I see CBI conducted an inquiry and that inquiry was false, they were not able to solve a case, or CBI only raiding the offices of opposition members, CBI not saying anything to the government, all of a sudden, if the same person from the opposition changes the party, they become the most honest person all of a sudden. It does happen in front of our eyes only, right? What does it mean? It means it is the loss of credibility. Those who don't know what is credibility, credibility means image. Loss of image, loss of prestige, that is called credibility. That you don't have that strong image or prestige, because There's a perception amongst everyone that CBI is working for the government and not working for justice. There's also lack of accountability. In a lot of cases, CBI has been used as a tool to harass people, especially those who have been saying something against the government. You will see someone criticizing the government, people being arrested, put in the jail for some time, even though there may not be any proof against the person, but the CBI still puts them into the prison. Because for a common man, being in the prison even for 2 3 days can be a very, very traumatic experience. The problem is when the CBI or any other agency for that matter does a wrong investigation or puts someone in the prison when they did not deserve to, it leads to loss. It means there is no accountability. Means CBI does not have to answer to anyone. Even if they do a bad investigation, even if they botch up a case, there is no accountability. They just keep on carrying on. There is no accountability of an officer who might have done a wrong investigation. That is also a reason why they have so much powers. Then there's a problem of shortage of personnel. Now, how do you work for the CBI? Who are the people who are working for the CBI? So let me tell you. Usually, what happens, who are the people working in the CBI? At the very top, we have IPS officers. That is a top layer of the CBI. Top layer means director of the CBI, deputy directors, assistant directors, etc. So the topmost people are the IPS officers, which are taken from different police services by the central government. For example, right now, just a few weeks back, you saw a new CBI director. Who? What is the name of that person? New CBI director, just recently appointed. Google, Google, Google. Let's see how fast you are at googling. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Yes. So basically, if you see, you can Google the name later on, but I'll tell you the person. He was the head of Karnataka Police. He was the head of Karnataka Police. Mr. Sood, basically. So he was a DGP of Karnataka Police, Director General of Police of Karnataka, Praveen Sood. So again, an IPS officer. So basically, the CBI director position is reserved for IPS officers only. So at the topmost here, we have the IPS officers. Then the people working in the CBI come from two ways. The people working in the CBI come from two ways. One, you can give the SSC CGL exam. You pass the SSC CGL exam, you join the CBI as a sub-inspector. You join the CBI as a sub-inspector, then when you pass the SSC CGL examination. One other way is police officers transfer or police officers come on deputation. Means, let's say you are a police officer somewhere, you want to work for CBI for some time, you apply, you request your seniors, please send me to CBI for some years and then I'll come back. So police officers then come in and they are the ones who work for the CBI. Most of them, remember, most of the people in the CBI are from this area. This is a category which has the most population. This is where the problem now starts. State police does not want to send their officers to CBI. Why? They say we ourselves don't have enough people. How can we send our officers to the CBI? So there is a lot of problem between the CBI and the police because the police does not want to send their officers. CBI wants the best officers for the police. Everyone wants the best person. No one wants a person, oh, useless fellow here, send him here. No, no one wants that. You want the best of the best. You want the cream to come to your department. And then what will happen to the last department? So there's always this fight, the tussle. So we don't have enough personnel for the CBI as well. CBI also has limited power in certain cases. For example, this. If the CBI has to investigate an officer who is at the level of joint secretary or higher. If the CBI has to investigate an officer who is at the level of joint secretary or higher than joint secretary, in that case, they would require prior permission of the central government. Prior permission of the central government would be required in case The CBI is going after a joint secretary or a person higher than the joint secretary. All these are problems in the functioning of the CBI that have still not been resolved so far, despite various promises done by the government. This is again an example to show that this is not the first time that the Supreme Court, has criticized the CBI. Supreme Court saying these statements about CBI is very, very common. Every few months, you will see a case in the Supreme Court brought by the CBI. Nothing is proven in the case, mainly the case against the opposition members. And then the Supreme Court says that the CBI is not working well. So, Chief Justice of India also, Supreme Court many times have criticized the working of the CBI, have asked them to be more independent, take up the cases on their merit, rather than listen to their political masters. Now, related to the CBI, there's an extremely, extremely important case that you must know of. This is called the Vineet Narayan case of 1997. Have you heard of Vineet Narayan, by the way? Have you heard of him, Vineet Narayan? Okay, you might not have. Okay, don't worry. No issues. Don't Google it, I'll tell you. Have you heard of Hawala scam? Have you heard of Hawala scam? You might have heard of Hawala scam. Okay, I'll tell you. Don't worry. If you don't know, don't worry. Let me tell you basically what is this. So, what is Hawala? Let's assume you have a lot of black money in India. Now, what is black money? Black money means unaccounted money, illegal money, cash that you have accumulated. You have not told the government about it. You have not paid taxes about it. So, let's assume you are very rich. You have a lot of, let's say you have 1,000 crore rupees of cash in India. But the problem with this cash is there are not a lot of ways where you can spend it because you have to disclose the source. For some reason, let's say you have to send this money to Dubai. You want to buy an apartment or whatever. How do you transfer the money? This is where Hawala agents come in. What do the Hawala agents do? They will say, I take the responsibility. I will take your money from here to Dubai. You give me a cut from that, a percentage, 5, 10%, whatever. This is called Hawala. Before you ask me, how does this happen? I don't know. If I would have known, I would have been a Hawala agent. So don't ask me how does it mean? What does it happen? Spend 10 rupees, maybe ask the government, maybe they will tell you how does Hawala happen. So at least I don't know because this is what Hawala agents earn for. Anyways, so let's come back. So this was the Hawala scam. So now what happened here? 1990s, there was an arrest made. There were very famous businessmen in India called the Jan brothers. So Jan brothers, very famous businessmen in India in 1990s. There was a news that came out that Jan brothers are involved in the Hawala case. Some diaries were seized because at that time we did not have many computers or laptops, etc. So people kept their secrets in some diaries only, shady things. So their diaries were seized, and in the diaries, names of many top politicians was written. Many top politicians from all the political parties, their name was written in the diaries. Now we had discussed this earlier also. When the political parties are involved in a trouble together, what do? They work together to solve it, right? Because the name was not of one single political party. The name in the diary was top politicians of every political party. Congress, BJP, RJD, Samajwadi Party, you name it, everyone's name was there. So what happened? No one wanted to touch the case. CBI did not want to touch the case. Media houses did not report on it. No one wanted to print. Everyone was scared. What will the government do to them? Over here comes Vineet Narayan. Vineet Narayan was an editor of a newspaper back then called Kal Chakra. He's still alive today, by the way. Vineet Narayan still writes some articles for Indian Express. You can see his name in editorial section of Indian Express. Sometimes he writes those articles. So Vineet Narayan, he was a editor. He was editor, still alive right now. So writes for Kal Chakra. He's thought that he will investigate the case. So he did a personal investigation. He collected all the sources as much as he could. And then when he wanted the media to report it, no one reported it. Everyone said, no, we will not touch it. Even the CBI did not do a proper inquiry. What he did was, after that, because no one was listening to him, he recorded some cassettes. I don't know in your generation, do you even know what are cassettes? Before hard drive, we used to have pen drive. Before pen drive, we used to have CDs. Before CD, we used to have floppy disk. Before floppy disks, we used to have cassettes. It makes me sound very old, but no. So we used to have these cassettes. So what he did was he actually recorded his version in some cassettes and he mailed these cassettes to many media organizations. Some of them played some parts of it. But anyway, he filed a case in the Supreme Court about these Hawala papers, CBI not being able to conduct a proper investigation. In this case, you don't have to remember what is Hawala, etc. What you have to remember is, in this case, what did the Supreme Court say about CBI? In this case, the Supreme Court said that CBI is not doing their job properly. They are protecting the government officials. They are protecting the people in power. Thus, we demand that there should be a change in the working of the CBI. So Supreme Court demanded certain changes. What were the demands? First, they said CBI should be supervised by CVC. We will read about CVC in next 10-15 minutes. CVC, Central Vigilance Commission, kind of similar to Lokpal, investigates corruption cases, etc. So basically, first point, whenever CBI is investigating a corruption case, whenever they investigate a corruption case, like under Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, whatever cases they are handling, CVC should supervise. Supervise means keep a track, ask for updates from the CBI, make sure they're on the right track, make sure that there's no interference happening. So first, CVC was given the power to look over CBI, but only in corruption cases. Please remember, not in other cases. So they can't ask the CBI questions in murder case, in a case on riots or something else. No. Only corruption related cases, Prevention of Corruption Act, CVC can ask them question, number one. Second thing that the Supreme Court said, which they keep on saying every single case, no interference in the day-to-day administration of the CBI. Means the CBI should not, at the end of the day, be interfered by the government of India. The government of India should leave the CBIB how to choose case, what exactly is the case that they have to choose. All these cases have to be taken up by the CBI on their own. You cannot have the CBI deciding, or you cannot have the government telling the CBI what to do, what not to do. Then, the most important one is here. CBI is headed by the director, as we all know. Till that time period, till 1991, there was no tenure fixed for the CBI director. Now the Supreme Court said, unless the CBI director does something extremely wrong and goes against the law, unless the CBI director really does something that he was not supposed to do, you should give at least a 2-year tenure to the CBI director. At least a 2-year tenure to the CBI director, if not more than that. And then this point. This was the biggest reform in the CBI made by the Supreme Court. And this is the answer to the question I asked you 10 minutes back. Why is it that the CBI Director Committee is not in favor of the government, is not majority government? Why? Because this committee was never formed by the government. It was formed by the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court said, Director of the CBI should not be randomly decided by the government like the CAG. There should be a committee to appoint, and committee has to be Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, the Lok Sabha, and the Chief Justice of India. So these two things, the 2-year tenure, unless CBI director does something really bad, and the appointment committee, these two things are followed even today. Even today, when someone becomes a CBI director, they usually do get a 2-year tenure. Again, I'm saying the word usually. Government has changed some, saying that no, they're not doing their job properly, but at least they don't change randomly now as they used to do till 1990s. And the appointment committee again has been made by the Supreme Court. That is why it doesn't have the majority of the government. As you all know, just a few months back, the Supreme Court made a similar committee for appointment of the Election Commission also. Remember? Earlier Election Commission used to be appointed by the government randomly like the CAG. Now for the Election Commission also, there has to be a committee just like this. So the lesson is for the government. Either the government itself should make a committee, at least they will have their majority. They can have 2 members of their own. If they leave it too late, When the Supreme Court interferes, then they will not make a committee that has majority members of the government. So it has a choice between government and the Supreme Court. So this is the main takeaway of the Vineet Narayan case. And this is followed, as I said, even today. This is Vineet Narayan, very famous for Hawala scam, Vineet Narayan case. The newspaper that he ran was called Kal Chakra. As you can see, he faced a lot of problems. He had many issues. But again, he was the one who at least introduced some reforms in the CBI, if nothing else. Now comes one of the most contentious and debated issues about the CBI. I would advise you for the next 5 to 7 minutes until we finish this slide or in the next slide. Please don't write anything in the chat. This is for your benefit. Listen to me what I'm trying to tell you. After that, you can type because I don't want you to miss out on what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, just listen to me very carefully and then you can type whatever you want. So basically, there are two types of consent. What do you mean by consent? Consent means permission. Now, there are two types of things. First, something called general consent. And then there's something called specific consent. What do you mean by general consent? General consent is like a lifelong permission given to CBI by the states. This is a lifelong permission, no expiry date, lifelong permission by the state. For example, let's assume Tamil Nadu has given general consent to the CBI. What does it mean? It means if there is any case that the central government wants the CBI to investigate in Tamil Nadu, they don't have to ask for Tamil Nadu government permission. They can come and they can start investigation. Why? Because CBI has already been given the general consent. That is a simple idea. General consent means a lifelong permission given to you. You don't have to ask in specific cases. Now, the other part is called specific consent. What do you mean by specific consent? In the recent past, what has happened is, you all have noticed, center-state relations are not that great for a lot of reasons. Especially the state governments ruled by the non-BJP parties. They put the blame on the BJP that they are trying to pressurize us, they are not allowing us to work properly. So many state governments ruled by the non-BJP parties especially, they have taken back the general consent. They have taken back the general consent. Why? Because they say that no, the CBI is investigating wrong cases, they are pressurizing us, they are misusing the general consent, they come in to investigate our leaders only. So many states, mainly those ruled by the non-BJP parties in the past few years, have taken back the general consent. Let's say West Bengal has taken back the general consent. So now what happens? Now, if the central government wants the CBI to investigate a case, they will have to specifically ask for permission of the of the West Bengal government. If they say yes, only then you can investigate the case. Otherwise, you cannot. So general consent was, don't ask, come, go whenever you want, you have a lifelong pass. Specific consent, in every single case, come and ask. If we say no, then you cannot come. If we say yes, then you can come. I'll give you another example so that you can understand. It's a real example. So we used to be in school, class 4, 5. We used to ask the teacher, ma'am, may I go to drink water? Ma'am, may I go to use your washroom? And then we used to come back, stand at the door of the class, and then ask for permission to come in, right? Ma'am, may I come in? Ma'am, may I come in, etc. So what happened was, our teacher got so irritated that I'm teaching and everyone is coming, everyone is asking, ma'am, may I come in? Ma'am, may I come in? Our teacher said, I am making a rule. The rule is, when you come back in the class, don't ask us enter. Don't disturb me. If you're on the door, don't just disturb, just come in and sit properly. So she gave us a general consent to enter the class. Don't ask every single time. Don't waste my time. Come to the gate. Come in. Just sit. Don't disturb me. That is the idea of general consent. All this is written in the law. The Delhi Special Police Establishment Act, it is all written in the law. That general consent would allow the states to give a lifelong permission to the CBI to come and investigate the case. Don't have to take permission every single time. If they take back the general consent, then specific consent has to be asked every single time. As I said, in the past few months, we have seen multiple states taking this step. There are a few examples I'm showing to you. These are not the only ones. There are just few examples I'm showing to you. West Bengal government took back the general consent in 2018. Rajasthan government took back the general consent. Maharashtra government, when it was ruled by Shiv Sena NCP Congress, took back the general consent. Punjab, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu also you can add to the list. So a lot of these states have taken back the general consent, which is written in the Delhi Special Police Establishment Act. Now they want the CBI to ask for permission specifically for every single case if they want to come. And in most cases, as you can expect, the permission is not given if the case involves someone who is from the ruling party of the state. And this is again an indication of how center state relationship have deteriorated. See, I'll give you a suggestion. Whenever you write any answer, you have to understand that the more examples that you can give, the better your answer will always become. For example, if let's imagine randomly that you have a question about federalism, or you have a question about challenges faced by federalism in India. The challenges faced by federalism in India. Now, over here, what do? While giving examples, most of the people, what they do is, most of the people, when they give examples in federalism, they give examples of the same thing. Center government has more powers, they can impose emergency over the state. Center government has more money, they don't give taxes. Center government can change the name of the state. Everything is right. But if everyone gives the same example, how do you expect to get more marks as compared to other people? This is where, for example, when you're talking about federalism and challenges for federalism, you can quote this, that a lot of states in the past few years have taken back the general consent given to the CBI, which has again an example of how our federalism is changing, how there are challenges when it comes to federal structure of India. So again, whenever you are writing any answer, think of it from multiple perspectives. You don't have to just go into a linear manner. You don't have to say, okay, I will only give examples of federalism of what I read in the federalism chapter. No, that is not what is true. If you read something else has come up, you can give examples of federalism there as well. It's not necessary that you have to go ahead and give examples from that chapter only. Go ahead, give as many varied examples as possible so that your answer has that edge. So this is again an example of how India's federal structure is changing and it has its own challenges as well. This was about the CBI. Let's go ahead. Before I start the second topic for the day, CVC, let me take up a few questions quickly. Sarshti is saying, is ATF and CBI the same? No, not the same. CBI is CBI. Then, why general consent is taken? So actually, general consent basically means or is taken so that you don't waste any time. Taking consent, taking permission from the state every single time wastes a lot of time. And in these kind of investigation, time is of primary essence. You don't want to waste time. You want to get up with the investigation. So every time that you waste some time, you are giving time to the person to run away. Rahul is saying, can Supreme Court intervene in any matter? Rahul, mostly yes. There are things that Supreme Court does not listen to. Interstate water dispute, their issues, etc. How to resolve interstate water disputes, pre-constitutional treaties, etc. Those are things that Supreme Court doesn't really listen to. But there are most of the cases Supreme Court can interfere. Vivek, no, there is no cadre for the CBI. Vivek, see, cadre will only be for those organizations that work state-wise. CBI doesn't work state-wise. When there's a central government agency, how will you have a cadre? You all work for one agency, right? Cadre is when you work for different states. Others is saying why CBI can't be made a statutory body. I never said it can't be made a statutory body. You can't make it, I can't make it. If the government wants, they can make it. Ahmed, ask questions by writing here only. There is no, guys, see, don't connect things to each other. Someone is asking general consent for NIA. I never said general consent is for NIA. It is for CBI. Don't think one thing will lead to everything else. It cannot be the same. Terror-related cases are to be handled by NIA anywhere. Niranjan, as I said, no permission is required to take up a case by the CBI in the union territories. Abhinav is saying, can Parliament amend the Special Police Act to delete specific consent? Yes, why not? There is no act the Parliament cannot amend unless the Supreme Court says you are doing something against the basic structure, but that will not happen. So they can. Okay, let's go ahead then. Again, if you missed some part for some reason, that is the specific reason why you are given the recordings now. So if you miss some part for some reason, I would really advise you go ahead and go see the recordings as many times as you want so that you can actually clarify that. Now, coming to the second part of today's module. The second part of today's module is something about Central Vigilance Commission. Now, let me first warn you, when we read it, you will find it to be pretty close to Lokpal. Very close to Lokpal. When I say close to Lokpal means there have even been criticism of this, that why is it that we need a Lokpal when we already have the CVC. But again, CVC, Lokpal, both of them exist. There are certain very slight differences, but usually many people say it is kind of the same. So what is a CVC? Central Vigilance Commission. What is vigil? Vigilance or vigil means keeping an eye. Keeping an eye. Making sure that they are keeping an eye on corruption, they are keeping an eye on different types of issues if there's some corruption in a government agency. This body was first set up in 1964 as an executive body. What is an executive body? Executive body means a body that has been set up not by any act of the parliament, not by any changes in the constitution, but it has been set up by a resolution of the government. So government passed a resolution and the body was created. This was created on the recommendation of a committee called the Santhanam Committee of 1962. So again, 1962, a body got created called the Santhanam Committee, 1962. This is where this body came into the picture. They suggested that we should have an agency, especially to fight against corruption. So an executive body got created. Later on in the year 2003, Government of India converted the executive body into a statutory body. They called it the CVC. It was a CVC Act of 2003. So right now, once again, if you ask about the present status of the CVC, the present status of CVC is it is a statutory body under the CVC Act of 2003. If you look at the history of CVC, how it was first established, it was established as an executive body in 1964. Later on got converted to a statutory body, so the status got changed later on. Now, how do they work exactly? What is the working style? Give me a simple example. So basically what happens is every government department has a vigilance officer. Every government department has a vigilance officer. Remember when we were discussing about RTI, I told you every government department has a PIO, Public Information Officer. Similarly, every department of the government has an officer called the vigilance officer, whose responsibility is to keep an eye on corruption. So let's take a simple example. Let's assume that you have you go to, again, I'll give you the same example. You go to the RTO to get a driver license made. to get the driver license made, you are asked for a bribe, that you have to give a bribe and only then you can have this. Now, when you are asked for a bribe, you want to file a complaint. So you, let's assume, file a complaint to the CVC, and CVC again has an online portal. I'll show you how that works. So you go to the CVC online portal, file a complaint. Now, what would they do? Their first duty will be, or their first action will be, they will get in touch with the vigilance officer of that department. Before you start asking questions, sir, but what if the complaint is against a vigilance officer? Then obviously they'll not get in touch with him. They'll do inquiry themselves. So yes. So what they will do is they will get in touch with the vigilance of, oh sorry, vigilance. Thank you, Vishal. Vigilance, sorry. Not vigilance, yeah. So they'll get in touch with the vigilance officer. So basically what will happen is, once they get in touch with the vigilance officer, they will ask the vigilance officer about inquiring this, talking to the officer, see if there's some CCTV footage, see if there is a proof, etc. or not. If the vigilance officer is able to give them proof or they are able to investigate, great. If they find out that the officer in question is guilty, they will recommend the government to take some action, suspend, transfer, dismiss, whatever be the case. Then the government decides whether to take action or not. In case the vigilance officer is not able to help them, in case a vigilance officer says, I don't know about this, or I'm not able to give you any suggestion, or I can't inquire, then the CVC will ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry. And then the CBI will do the same thing, conduct an inquiry, see the person is guilty or not, tell the CVC the result of the inquiry, and then the CVC will again recommend action to the government. This is the simple job of the CVC. Now you might say, sir, is it not the same as Lokpal? My answer is yes, it's pretty same as a Lokpal only. There are two major differences. What are the two major differences between CVC and Lokpal? First, Lokpal also covers ministers, prime minister, and even members of the parliament, which CVC does not. CVC only covers, or you can file a complaint to the CVC against government servants, against public servants, not against prime minister, not against the members of parliament. They are under Lokpal. But even then, the way of working condition is very similar. The second difference is Lokpal, I'm sorry, Lokpal has been given more powers over CBI. Remember yesterday we were discussing, if the Lokpal gives a case to CBI, the CBI officer cannot be transferred without the Lokpal's permission. So in that, in that case, Lokpal has been given more powers in the CVC, especially when it comes to dealing with the CBI. And the other difference is Lokpal also has ministers, MPs under their jurisdiction, which the CVC does not. But again, I would be wrong if I say these are two very separate bodies. Their working condition, etc., is very, very similar to each other. Very similar to each other. And we'll discuss about that in just a bit. What is the composition of the CVC? It has a chairman and maximum of 2 vigilance commissioners. And the government is keeping the trend alive here also, the trend of having vacancies. So there is one chairperson right now, and there is only one vigilance commissioner right now. So there is still one vacancy. Also, I'm sorry. Also, if you go back a few months, there were no vigilance commissioners. For many months, there used to be only one chairperson, not even vigilance commissioners. At least now we have at least one vigilance commissioner, if not two. So still one vacancy, the chairperson and one vigilance commissioner, although there can be maximum of 2 vigilance commissioners. Who can be vigilance commissioners? It is clearly written in the law. They can be, or they have to be, civil servants in most cases. So people who are or have been in the civil service, in the All India service, in any civil service of the central government, any civil post under the government of India, having knowledge and experience in vigilance, public policy, administration, etc. So mostly they will be civil servants. On the other hand, there is a scope for appointing non-civil servants also. How? Even the people who are holding office in a corporation made by law by the government, so any government company, PSU, etc., controlled by the government, they can also be appointed here. But again, in most cases, it will be the civil servants only that are appointed in the post of the CVC or the Vigilance Commissioner. Then, how is the appointment done? Their appointment is done by the president on the recommendation of a 3-member committee. Prime Minister being the chairperson, the head of the committee. Union Minister of Home Affairs, or the Home Minister as you call him, would be the second member. Leader of Operation, the Lok Sabha, would be the third member. Do you remember what is the difference between this committee and the one that is for appointment of Information Commissioner? What is the difference in the appointment committee of these two? Remember? The difference was this, the second one. In the Information Commission, if you remember, the second member was any cabinet minister of Prime Minister's choice. Remember? Any cabinet minister nominated by the Prime Minister. Any cabinet minister that has been nominated by the Prime Minister. That was the second option or the second member of the committee, not the Union Home Minister. So the Union Home Minister is a member here in the CVC, but in the CIC, that was a different. The other two members are the same. Now, there's a question someone asked in the chat. What do you mean by warrant under hand and seal? What do you mean by warrant under hand and seal? Let me try and explain what exactly do you mean by this. See, almost all the people working for the central government, almost all, not everyone, but at the top positions at least, people working in the top positions are appointed by the President of India only. For example, when you become an IAS officer, the appointment letter that you will get will be in the name of the President only, because that appointment is done by the President. However, what happens is, because there are so many appointments, like if you become an IAS officer, President himself will not sign or put the seal. What happens is, in the letter, it would be written on behalf of the President of India, and some other officer would have signed on it. On behalf of the President of India, let's say Ministry of Personnel would have had a stamp on this. That is how you might get. So when you say warrant under hand and seal, that means it would be the President's seal, not on behalf of the President by someone else. It is not that important. It just underlines that this office is very important. Like the CAG also is appointed by President under his warrant under his hand and seal. So when you see this phrase, it just means that it is a very important government office where President himself or herself will put their own seal or their own stamp will be put rather than someone else on their behalf. On other cases, there may be someone else on their behalf, but not in this case. That is what you mean by warrant under his hand and seal. It's for some positions at the top, not for the civil servants, I'm sorry. So when you become an IAS officer, you might not get a stamp of the president. It might be on behalf of the president because it is not under the warrant, under his hand and seal. That is a difference, not that much of a difference. You don't have to worry about that. Also, they have an interesting tenure, not 5, not 6, but 4 years. Before you ask me why, I don't know. File an RTI. But not much of a logic behind that. So they have a 4-year term, 65 years as a retirement age, salary that they get. The Chief Vigilance Commissioner gets the same salary as a UPSC chairperson, and the Vigilance Commissioners get the same salary as the members of the UPSC. We usually do not see questions on the salary part, etc. So you don't have to remember everyone's salary. Salary questions are usually never asked. Removal, as I said earlier also, removal is again done in the same manner as UPSC members. The president will remove, the president will ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry, and the Supreme Court will see if the person is insolvent, if the person is indulging in corruption, paid employment, etc., and they will remove. The same process will be followed here as well. Now coming to the important part of functions. What do they do exactly? What are their important functions? They are mainly dealing with the issues of corruption. So they are the body that looks into the working of Prevention of Corruption Act. Most of the cases filed under Prevention of Corruption Act of 1988. They are the ones who look into these cases. As I said earlier, after the Vineet Narayan case, if the CBI is handling any investigation on any case that is related to this Prevention of Corruption Act, then the CVC will supervise that. CVC will make sure that they are handling the case properly. CVC will make sure that any handling of the case is done properly in case of the Prevention of Corruption Act. They will review the progress of investigation by the CBI. Again, this review of progress of CBI cases is only for corruption cases. It is only for corruption cases. It is not for cases that are not related to corruption. It is only for corruption cases. Okay? It's not for, let's say, crime involving murder or genocide, etc. It's only for corruption cases. Then they also review the government permission. As we discussed yesterday, remember that the government has to first give permission for prosecution. Only then, under Prevention of Corruption Act, prosecution can happen. CVC will look into whether the government has given the permission or not. They will follow it up with the government. That is also the job of the CVC. Tell me quickly, is there a time period within which the government has to give permission for prosecution? Is there a time period within which the government has to give permission for the prosecution? Okay. Vipin is correct. Sahil is correct. Yashwant is correct. Varsha, Nirmala, Shweta. Interestingly, few people are correct. Only Abhishek, Akansha, Urvashi, Manika, Piyush. A lot of people are confused. Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you what. Ravi is also correct. So basically, a lot of people are saying no. The people who are saying no, you are getting confused. See, if I would like to remind you, there were two things we studied yesterday. There was permission required for investigation, and then there was permission required for prosecution also. There was permission required for investigation, there was permission required for prosecution, different permissions. For investigation, there is no time limit for the permission to be given by the government on investigation. That is, whether investigation should be done or not, there is no time limit for the government to give this permission. But for prosecution, means taking the case to the court, starting the proceedings, that has a time limit. What was the time limit? 3 months, which can be extended to 1 more month. Maximum 4 months. So 3 months usually, 1 more month. Also, there is one more set of students here who are getting confused in one more thing. Some people have answered in the chat 2 years extended to 4 years. That is the answer to in how much time the case has to be decided by the court. That is a time limit for the trial. The judge has to decide the case within 2 years, maximum of 4 years. So please don't be confused with that. For investigation, no time limit. For prosecution, yes, there is a time limit, 3 months usually. 1 more month can be extended, so maximum of 4. And then in the end, for trial, how much time does it take for the trial? 2 years, usually extended up to 4 years, not more than that. So there are different timelines for everything. Please don't be confused with that. Now, who are the people that come under the jurisdiction of the CVC? In other words, the CVC can look into the inquiries against who? As you can see, CVC and the Lokpal have a lot of commonalities. So CVC can look into investigation against member of All India Services serving under the union government, Group A officers of the central government, and officers of the central government, central companies as well. By the way, please remember one thing. Whenever you read about any authority that has a word central in that, whenever you read the word any authority that has a word central in that, please do remember that this authority would have a parallel authority at the state level. It is not the same authority for center and the state. Whenever we have the word central, that means at the state level there will be a separate authority. Like we have the CIC at the center, we have the State Information Commission. We have the CVC at the center, we have the State Vigilance Commissions. So this is different. Please do remember that. Whenever we have this, whenever we have the word central, it has to be a separate body at the state. Similar is the case with national. When you have something which has national, like National Human Rights Commission, so we have the State Human Rights Commission. Now, my question is, if CBI is at the center, then what is at the states? If CBI is at the center, then what is at the states? Yes, at the states, we have the CID, the ACB Pradyuman. That is not false. It's not fictional. CID is what works at the state level. So, state levels, we have something called the CID, that is Criminal Investigation Department. So, they are the ones who take up the case. FBI, Soumya, FBI is for America. FBI is not in India. So, CID is for the state and the CBI is for the central. So, do remember that part as well. Also, let me also show you the portal where the complaints, etc., can be filed. Now, this is how the portal looks like. Again, you have to at least give credit to the government where the credit is due. If you look at one thing which has really worked very well in India in the past decade, I would say, is that most of the things have become pretty easy to handle because they have come online. Look at the RTI, look at the Lokpal, and not just this. There's a lot of things. For example, uh, if you have to get a learning driving license today, learning driving license, not the real learning one where you can get a license, you can start learning. For learning driving license, you are not required to give a driving test. But even then, you had to go to the RTO, you had to do a quiz, answer some question, and then you will get the driving license for learners also. Now it is done online. You don't have to go anywhere. You go to the website, you or give a quiz. Quiz is about traffic signals, etc. You pass the quiz, and they will give you a printout of your learning driving license. So again, an example of how exactly the governments have made it much easier for the people to access most of these things. With the CVC also it is the same. So this is how the CVC website looks like, where you can go and file a complaint here. Now there's something very interesting here in this website. See this. Your identity shall be kept confidential. Your identity shall be kept confidential. This is where, and we will discuss about this a bit later, this is where the whistleblower protection law comes in. Whistleblower Protection Act works here. Now the interesting part is if you actually go and see the Lokpal website. Now listen to this very carefully. If you go and see the Lokpal website, the interesting part is even the Lokpal website says that the identity of the person filing a complaint will be protected. However, it is not mentioned in the Whistleblower Protection Act. We will discuss Whistleblower Protection Act today. It is not mentioned in the act. The Whistleblower Protection Act only says that identity will be protected in case you file a complaint to the CVC or the State Vigilance Commissioner. So identity protection, that means protection of people's identity who are filing a complaint, that is not as per the law protected by the Lokpal, although the website does say this and we'll try to keep it secret. But with the CVC, at least this is written in the law that your identity will be protected. So you can file a complaint, and not just file a complaint, you can see what is the progress of the complaint, how investigation is going on. All of this can be done online with the help of these kind of portals. Now, the other part of the issue is there are some problems in the working of the CVC. Just like we have problems in the working of the other agencies, with the CVC also we have some problems. First, the biggest problem is the dependence on the CBI. See, understand, in India we have a lot of commissions for various purposes. We have the CVC, Lokpal, we have, for example, National Human Rights Commission, we have the Minority Commission, we have Women Commission, we have Commission for Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe, Backward Classes. All these are different commissions. And all these commissions can receive complaints from the people. All these commissions, be it the Human Rights Commission, Minority Commission, Women, SC, ST, OBC, all of them have the power to receive complaint from the people. Now, what happens when they receive a complaint? They don't have their own investigative agency. They don't have their own police. So what do? When they receive a complaint, what exactly do they do? Ultimately, they will have to ask the CBI only to conduct an inquiry. So what do? They ask the CBI, can you conduct an inquiry? And what does the CBI say? CBI says, sir, we already have thousands of pending cases. We don't have a lot of people working for us. And on top of that, we have complaints from you as well. That is why the CBI inquiry, CBI investigation is usually delayed considerably, especially when the investigation is happening for these committees, for these commissions. So all these commissions that have or that keep on receiving complaints, ultimately the complaints go to the CBI. This increases their dependence on the CBI. This increases their dependence on the CBI because again the problem is they don't have their own police under them. They don't have any other agency under them. They don't have anything else. They ultimately will have to depend on the CBI. That is one big problem. For CBI, there is no time period within which the investigation has to go on. The investigation can continue for many months, for many years. You can't put pressure on the CBI to conduct investigation within the given time period of some months or weeks or years. Second big problem, no independent powers of prosecution. See, at the end of the day, even if the CVC, after conducting an inquiry, finds out that a person is guilty, the person is, let's say, has to be charged with certain offense, they cannot suspend the person or the officer themselves. Ultimately, they will have to advise the government only to take action. It is the government that decides whether the officer has to be suspended or the officer has to be dismissed or the officer has to be, let's say, taken some action or some salary cut, whatever. The CVC themselves are not empowered enough to take that action. They cannot remove anyone, dismiss or suspend anyone. That is not within their power. It is the power of the government. The CVC can only come up and they can, at the end of the day, suggest to the government. Third big problem, the delay in the sanction for the prosecution. Although, as we said, in the law, there is a time period given for the government to provide permission for prosecution. But even then, government usually finds out a lot of loopholes and they keep on delaying the prosecution process. They keep on saying, okay, we are thinking about it. We are seeing whether we have to give this permission or not. That also leads to problems against this. That also leads to problems of the CVC not being able to do the job properly. All these are problems in the working of the CVC. They don't have their own investigative agency. They don't have powers to actually take action. They have to, at the end of the day, only request the government and they have to wait for the prosecution time period or the prosecution sanctions to be given by the government. Not just this, government has not really been accepting or following the recommendations of the CVC. Please understand this from the side of the government. Every government, and this is every political party, every government has certain favorite officers that they really like. Those favorite officers can be for a lot of reasons. One, maybe they like certain officers because they work very well, because they are very strict workers, they implement all the government policies. So that can be one reason why they like them very well. The second reason why they like them very well maybe is because they drive forward the agenda of the government. There may be a reason that if the government wants them to do something against the law, even then they are happy with that. So there are a lot of reasons why the governments actually like certain officers. There is no doubt about that. However, when against these officers, you get some complaints. When against these officers you have complaints, the government does not want to give any permission to go ahead with investigation and prosecution because the government wants to safeguard their officers. That is why you will see few officers getting all the important positions in the government, few officers time and time again being in the limelight because they are the ones who are trusted by the government when it comes to taking these steps. Government does not want to take any action against those officers who are close to the government, who are following the government agenda, or again in the positive manner also, which the government thinks if there is an officer who is working very, very well. There are so many officers, and there are so many examples that you will see of officers joining politics either after retirement or even retiring or resigning before their term is over and joining politics. Look at our foreign minister. He was a politician. There are so many examples even before that. For example, look at West Bengal. Do you know in West Bengal, their chief secretary, that is the highest IAS officer of the state, the central government wanted the chief secretary of West Bengal to come to Delhi. They transferred him. He resigned from the post of IAS and he joined the political party instead. That I will not join the political party. And there are so many other examples that you will see. So many civil servants resigning and then joining the party. There is examples in Bihar, examples in Tamil Nadu, examples in Karnataka. The reason is when an officer works for such a long time. Yes, as Abhishek is saying, railway minister again an example, many examples that you can see. When you see an officer working for such a long time with the government also starts liking their style. So they don't usually give recommendations for any action. Because what is the point of being in the government when you can't even protect your own officers, right? So they protect their own officers, number one. Then there is also a problem of very poor engagement with the civil society. Tell me very honestly, tell me very honestly, before this class, or before not this class, but before you started your preparation for UPSC, how many of you knew that there is something called CVC that exists? How many of you knew there's something called CVC? Most of you would not have heard. Most of you would not have heard. If you have had heard, great, amazing. Even today, if you tell your friends about CVC, they will say, oh, CVV behind the credit card. Yeah, that is very important. That's secret information. But if you actually see, hardly anyone in the civil society would know about the CVC. And when people would not know about the CVC, how can you expect them to go ahead, file a complaint on the CVC portal, see what is a Whistleblower Protection Act, see what are the powers of the CVC, etc.? All that comes down to the same thing. That if you don't raise enough awareness, there is no point of making these bodies at the end of the day. The same was a problem with the Lokpal. Same was the problem with the CIC, the RTI, the problem with the CVC. All of these have the same problem. Not enough awareness, not letting the people know. And the answer is also the same. I told you earlier as well. Why does the government not raise awareness about these issues? Why is it that the government does not want the people to know about it? As simple as that. The answer is, why would the government want many people to file a complaint? They would not, right? They would not want the people to go ahead and file a complaint, because filing a complaint means extra pressure on the government, extra pressure on the government officials. So they would not want that. So from the side of the government, again, as I said, it is an omission by design. It is not a flaw. It is something that they have done on purpose, and we don't want to have make it very easy for the people to file a complaint against us. So let's make it poor engagement at least. Guys, give me just one moment. Give me 1 minute. It's not a break. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Just 1 minute. Yeah, sorry. So as I was saying, these are the issues that the government still has to solve to make sure that the CVC becomes better. Now, there was one other issue, and there still is another issue. that the CVC, and just like many other government bodies, does not work at full strength. Now it is still better, because for a long time, for many months, CVC, which is supposed to be a three-member body, only had one single member. CVC only had one chief vigilance commissioner. There were other two posts were lying vacant. At least that has changed now. At least we do have at least one vigilance commissioner. As you can see, this is an article from 3rd of Jan. They say that since June 2021, three-member body has only one single member, and this continued for many months after that as well. So CVC, again, like CIC, like the Lokpal, like all the bodies we have discussed so far, is not working at full strength. The idea is simple. You have to not just blame the government, you have to blame the people also. You can't at the end of the day start putting the blame on the government itself, because see, government does what the people think would be right. Government does what they think will give them the votes. I'll give you a simple example. I gave in the other batch as well. One of the students of mine, about 4 years ago, he reached the interview stage of UPSC. Did not get selected, unfortunately. Reached the interview stage. At the interview stage, because he had a background of education, there was a question asked to him. The question was about, why is it that the school education system in India, especially the government schools, are not performing well? What is the problem with the government school? So he started his answer by saying he blamed the government basically initially. And when he, for example, blamed the government initially, what happened was one of the members of the interview board got agitated, got angry. Basically, his idea was, how can you blame the government for everything? Let's assume there's a government teacher, government school teacher who comes in the school, sits in the class, doesn't teach. Do you expect the prime minister to go and ask him to teach? No. So you can't blame the government for everything. Yes, government has to be blamed for many things, not providing infrastructure, not spending enough money. All that is a part of the problem. But as someone who is preparing for civil services, as someone who is preparing for the topmost job in the country, you are expected to know better. You are expected to see the bigger picture. In any democracy, the governments will only work or will only do what they think will be appreciated by the people and will translate into votes. So the moment that you would start demanding from the government that I want a full CVC, I want a full Lokpal, I want a full CIC, that is the day that you will start seeing the change. Unless you do that, you can't just expect the government to randomly start doing this, because that is how politics and democracy works, not just in India, but around the entire world. Governments will fulfill the wishes of the people, what the people want from the government. Also, added to this is one more issue. You will see people time and time again saying that there are so many criminals in politics. We have so many debates about criminalization of politics. People say in the Lok Sabha, there are so many people with a criminal background, with a track record, criminals, etc. But the question is, who elected those people? Who elected those people? So you cannot just say that no, there are so many criminals in politics when people themselves gave them the votes. You can't do that. Let me ask you this question. All of you are above 18, eligible to vote. Tell me this, before voting, how many of you actually searched about the criminal background of the candidate that you are voting for? How many of you actually did that? You or your family members or whatever. How many of you searched for the criminal record? Very few, very few. Very few of you. Now, one answer can be, Are sir, how can we search? It is not available online. First of all, it is available. Second of all, when you actually want to search something, you can search something very easily. All of you know how to use Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube, you know all of that. But when it comes to doing the responsibility part that you have to do, then people start saying, oh no, I don't know how to do this. If the election commission has made it mandatory for everyone fighting the elections to disclose their criminal record, they are doing it for the people. But if people themselves are not using it, what would you do? Nothing. I'll ask you one more question. Tell me this. Do you know the attendance record of your member of parliament? The member of parliament that you have chosen, do you know how many times have they gone to parliament in the last 1 year? How many questions have they asked? How many debates have they taken part in? Do you know that? Most people will not know. Again, the same answer would be, sir, but I don't know how to find that out. But there is a way. You just never tried, you never thought of it because you were too busy maybe blaming the government. And when I say you, I include myself as well. I can't say I am at a different pedestal. It is the same kind of a thing. It is very easy to find out. For example, there is a website called PRS India. Go to this website, PRS India. What they do is basically they have, and no, you don't even have to pay 10 rupees for that. So don't worry about that. It's free. So go to PRS India website. They have a number. On that number, you can send an SMS with your PIN code. You send your SMS with the PIN code and they will reply with your member of parliament attendance record. That this is the attendance record of member of parliament. These are the days or times that he visited. These are the number of questions he asked, took part in debates, so on and so forth. So again, every information is available. But as a common citizen, we are more interested in blaming the government rather than actually using that. And as a common man, it's fine. But you are not a common man. You're applying for the most prestigious examination. So you can't be the same as someone who is discussing political matters over a cup of tea. They can do that, discussing whatever, blaming the government, having tea, enjoying life, but you cannot. So what I'm trying to tell you is this blaming the government thing for everything should never be reflected in your mains answer or in your interview. Because in the interview, for example, or in the mains answer, if your questions or answers are tilting towards that thought, that blaming the government for everything, that does not give a good impression. That becomes a problem. So I'm not saying all of this to make you a better citizen or to change your mind. I'm saying this purely from your examination point of view. My purpose is not here that no, once you leave, there should be like a sermon. It's not a sermon. It is for you to score better in the examination. As simple as that. So when you interact in the interview, when you interact or write answers in the main body, it should not come across as someone who is just blaming the government for everything. It should rather come across as someone who knows what is right, who knows what is wrong. Again, I'm not saying don't blame the government. There are some things that only the government can do. For example, if there are not good government schools in terms of infrastructure, if there are no good government hospitals, then government only has to be blamed. If there are no good roads, then I can't build a road, you can't build a road. Government only has to build the road, so blame the government for that. No issues with that. But for every single thing, the government can't be blamed. Because who is the government at the end of the day? Government is the one chosen by us. We are the ones who chose the government. So you can't have that issue time and time again. So please make sure that you don't do that. This is our third topic for the day, Enforcement Directorate. Before I go there, I'll take up a few questions, then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back with this, okay? Let me first take up a few questions. Suma has a question. Difference between ACB and CBI. So Suma, ACB, that is the Anti-Corruption Bureau, it works at state level. Some states have their own ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau. CBI works at the center level. That is the main difference. Powers of Anti-Corruption Bureau depend on state to state. That, like the Lokayukta, every state has given different powers to their own Anti-Corruption Bureau, etc. Then Vivek, I did simplify warrant under seal concept. I don't know if you did not hear it or something. Warrant under seal means the appointment order will be signed by the government, by the president only, not by someone else on his behalf. Satyam is saying difference between State Vigilance Commission and Anti-Corruption Bureau. Satyam, it depends on state to state what powers they have to give to which body. Which body they have to get what powers, the state government decides, like the Lokayukta. They may give some powers to some, half power to them, half power to them, depends on the state. Samin is saying difference between CBI and CIC. These are not even related. It's like asking difference between apple and the moon. So apple and the moon are not related, right? So I'm not sure how there's a difference between CBI and CIC. CBI is an investigative body. They investigate the case. CIC looks into whether RTI law is being followed or not. Not even a connection. Then there's a question different between CBI and CBC. CBI is the investigative agency. They investigate the case. CVC does not investigate the case. They will take up the complaints and they will forward them to the CBI. You, for example, as a common man, you can't go and complain to CBI. What can you do? You can go to the police or you can go to the CVC. You can't go to the CBI. You complain to CVC, they will pass on the case to the CBI. They are the ones who investigate the matter. Then Anu is saying, explain the third point in the problem in working for CVC. What was the third point? Third point was this: delay in sanction or prosecution. As I said, when the prosecution happens or when you have to take the case to the court, you have to require the government's permission. Governments many times delay that. When they think that it is an officer that they like, they would not want that to happen, so they don't really take it forward. Okay, someone is asking you, what is SIT? SIT is Special Investigative Team. SIT that you might hear in the news, it is Special Investigative Team. So let's say there is a big crime that has been committed and the government wants investigation to be done by specialist officers. They can make a SIT. SIT basically is a group of officers specifically asked to go ahead and investigate a certain matter which is of public importance. That is what SIT is. It might have police people, it might have CBI people, depends on the government basically. Vivek, there is no definition of what is a big crime. Big crime is dependent on the government. Riots can be a big crime, genocide can be a big crime, even corruption scam can be a big crime, depends on what the government thinks. Then Mohammed is saying latest case of Delhi about Delhi Jal Board IAS bungalow case can be an example of PCA of criminal misconduct. I'm not sure what case you are talking about, so maybe you'll have to tell me in detail. Then Vishal is saying what gap the CVC is filling as a commission compared to existing bodies. It's difficult to say. You can say that CVC came much earlier, so the question should be other way around. The question should rather be what gap is the Lokpal filling? So because CVC was there earlier. See the problem with the Lokpal. I'll tell you the big problem with the Lokpal. When Lokpal, this entire agitation of Lokpal was going on, everyone demanded a Lokpal. Everyone had this image that once Lokpal comes into picture, India will be the best country because only thing that is stopping us from being a superpower is the Lokpal. People started demanding Lokpal, Lokpal, Lokpal without even knowing what will the Lokpal do, without even seeing what are the powers of the Lokpal. If you talk about Lokpal, the powers and the function, the jurisdiction, very similar to the CVC. But even then, because the people were demanding the Lokpal so much, they were not ready to listen that we already have such kind of an agency. So there is no point of having that. You may have increased the powers of CVC only to make it better, rather than having a Lokpal altogether. But because the people demanded it so much, government thought, okay, we are getting in so much pressure from our voters, let us have that. Now, what has a Lokpal become? A body that has not prosecuted anyone, a body, and these people who are the members of Lokpal get a pretty high salaries, and then you have bungalows given to them, you have drivers, you have servants and maids, etc., given to them. So it's a huge expenditure. But because the people demanded, because the government thought it's a part of their vote bank, so let us give them the Lokpal. So the duplication of agencies that you see in India, it is a reality. Part of the problem is government makes a lot of agencies under public demand. That does not sit well. Like the Lokpal is a prime example. Part of the problem is that agencies don't have enough power. If they would have been given enough power, maybe they would have been more successful. But yes, it's not denying the fact that yes, there is a lot of duplication and we could have done without that. Anyway, let's take a break now, about 15 minutes. Let's come back and we'll begin from Enforcement Directorate. Let's come back at 7:05 and we'll begin from here. Thank you. Hi everyone. Okay. There are a few other questions. I hope all of you are back. There are a few other questions given to me in the break time, so I'll just go through that as well. Payal has a question. What about those who are responsible under government jobs? Sometimes they create blunder if government give order to meet something officer from higher level to low level. They keep the funds, use only that much. How much is required to show the people? Not sure what exactly your question is, Payal. I think you should have framed it better. But I think if your question is about corruption, again, nothing is true unless it is proven. If you have a proof against them, go to the CVC, file a case, and they will start the investigation. Soumya is saying, can the CVC register the case direct CBI to initiate inquiries against any officer of level of joint secretary and above? No. So for joint secretary and above, again the government permission has to be required. Without the government permission, you cannot start. CBI cannot start an investigation against joint secretary or higher than that. A very quick announcement. Please listen to this very carefully. Those who are from batch number 5 to batch number 7, again, from batch 5 to batch 7, those who are here, you have an internal security class on Saturday at 6 a.m. that you need to attend. Okay? If you are from batch 5 to batch 7, internal security class is scheduled for you Saturday 6 a.m. that you have to attend. Okay? Perfect. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. We had 4 topics for discussion today. CBI and CVC are gone. Now we are coming to the third one. The third topic that we have today is Enforcement Directorate, ED, that you keep on hearing in the news time and time again. Now, what is ED? Why do you keep on hearing about it? How does it work? Let's try and understand that. So, in simple terms, Enforcement Directorate or ED is a initiation of the government of India to stop the problem of money laundering. So this is mainly to stop the issue of money laundering. Now, what exactly do you mean by money laundering and how does it work? Let's try and understand this. Laundering, when you say that you have given your clothes for laundry, means you are cleaning it up. Money laundering similarly means cleaning or converting black money into clean money. So when you convert black money, unaccounted money that you did not pay the taxes for which you have not shared the source from where you're getting that money, when you try and convert that into legal money, try and convert that into white money, try to buy something from it, that is in simple terms called money laundering. In order to stop money laundering, in order to have an agency fight specifically against money laundering, we have this agency. They work under a law called PMLA. PMLA here means Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA. This is the law that gives them all the powers. Now, with ED, it's pretty interesting that it has come in the news quite a lot in the past few months, in the past few years, in fact. You would have seen the opposition members from the non-ruling party especially making noises time and time again that ED is biased, that they keep on raiding only those places which are of the opposition parties, while those from the side of the government have not really been touched by the ED. And there is some truth in that as well. As I said earlier also, when we were discussing the CBI, that if you look at the working of the ED or any of these agencies, the best way to identify whether an agency is successful or not successful, the best way to identify would be to look at the conviction rate. So we saw the conviction rate of the CBI 70 going upwards. Then, if you look at the conviction rate of ED, it is much, much, much below. It's a dismal conviction rate, and we'll discuss later how much is that and what is the problem. So, ED, don't compare it with CBI because it is only specifically for money laundering cases. If you go back in the history, a similar kind of an organization first started by the name of Enforcement Unit was in 1956. So the Enforcement Unit 1956, we have this agency that looked into foreign exchange in India specifically, because earlier the best way for the government or for any individual, in fact, to convert their black money into white money. The easiest way for people was to convert it into dollars or pounds and then try and use that, because the laws worked in such a way that they were not very strict on the usage of foreign currency. So there was first a unit formed mainly to look into how the foreign currency is regulated, foreign currency is exchanged in India. Later on, it got converted to ED, or Enforcement Directorate. Enforcement Directorate, as I said, mainly most of the powers it gets are from the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. It also has some other laws that define the job and the role of the ED. For example, fugitive economic offender. Fugitive economic offender means those who have been economic offenders, taken loans, misused that, and now they have run away. Fugitive. Vijay Mallya, for example, can be called as a fugitive economic offender. They also get powers under Foreign Exchange Management Act, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. You don't have to go into details of these acts. If you want, ask your economic teacher. They will go into details of that. But this is where ED comes into the picture. So they look mainly into money laundering cases. Now, it's very interesting about what has happened with the ED in the past and how exactly have they become so powerful. ED was, as I said, and today works mainly through the powers given to it by the PMLA. PMLA came into picture in 2005. The objective was simple: to trace Indian money that is lying outside India, unaccounted money, and make sure people who are behind this are punished. Now, I'll give you an example of what exactly do you mean by money laundering and how does it work. Let's take a simple example. Let's first understand what do you mean by money laundering. So the idea is simple. You get unaccounted money. Let's say you did some job for someone and the person gave you 1 crore rupees in cash. They have given you in cash because they don't want it to be a bank transfer, so that the government doesn't know about it. No one will ask you questions from where have you gotten the money. You don't have to pay taxes on that either. So that is how people use cash. This is called black money, unaccounted money, money on which you have not paid taxes. The problem is you cannot easily buy property or car or jewelry, etc. from that, because when you do a big transaction on cash, it is usually something that ED and these kind of agencies keep on looking for. Money laundering is when you use that unaccounted money to buy something that will turn it into legal money. Let's take a simple example. So let's assume that you have robbed a bank. You go to a bank, you rob 100 crore rupees of cash. Now you keep this 100 crore rupees with you in cash because you have robbed a bank. If that has happened, the ED will not get involved because this is a case of robbery. The police only will get involved, not the ED. Once you start using this money now to buy something, to convert that black money into legitimate money, this is when the ED gets involved. So the involvement of ED is not because stealing has happened or robbery has happened or something like that. The involvement of ED here is when you start to launder that money. Thus, the case of stealing doesn't come. Let me ask you one more question. Is there a limit, at least a minimum limit, that CV will, ED will come into picture, or they can come into any case? Let's say you have 1,000 rupees in cash, unaccounted money, you misuse it. Would the ED come after you? Or there's a limit? What do you think? Is just a minimum limit? If, see, just writing limit will not work. You have to tell me what is the limit. The limit is 1 crore. 1 crore is a minimum limit. So unless the money that is involved is 1 crore or over 1 crore, ED will not get involved. ED will only get involved if they have this issue of 1 crore or more than 1 crore being laundered. ED has a lot of powers. It can investigate. It can even arrest you. It can even search your house, search your premise, confiscate your property. All of these are powers of the ED. As I said, ED's jurisdiction is mainly over and above 1 crore. So what happens? Let's say the police comes to know about this case, of over 1 crore rupees in cash being used to buy some property. The police has the duty to then inform the ED. Either ED will get to know from their own sources. That is how the investigative agencies work. They have their own sources, they have their own informants. Either they come to know from that, or the police may also inform if the police comes to know that something like this has happened, and the ED will then take over the case. Now, the powers of ED have been talked about quite a lot in the past few months. How is it that ED has so much powers? For example, if the ED arrests you under the case of PMLA, it becomes increasingly difficult for you to get the bail. Getting a bail is extremely different. I'll discuss about that as well. For example, if you look at the way that PMLA law works, recently, a few months back, there was a case filed in the Supreme Court against the powers of the ED. They were mainly members from the opposition parties who went to Supreme Court saying that ED has a lot more powers than it should have, and they are being misused. So there are two very interesting things that you have to understand. First interesting thing is ED or PMLA law that gives the power to ED was a Congress government law, 2005. So it's not the present government law. PMLA that gives all these power to ED is a 2005 law. Second thing that you have to understand about ED is recently when the Supreme Court was hearing this matter, Supreme Court said something which was criticized by many people. Supreme Court said that money laundering is equal to terrorism. This is what the Supreme Court said recently, that money laundering is equal to terrorism. So if we cannot give someone bail very easily if there is a terrorism charge, similarly, we should not give bail to someone easily if there is a money laundering charge. So many people don't agree to this, that money laundering is equal to terrorism. I'll give you a simple example. The example or the reason why many people don't agree to this is if you look at money laundering, the punishment for money laundering is 7 years. 7 years in jail. Compare that with terrorism. The punishment is death penalty. So many people wrote a lot of articles in the editorials. How can you compare money laundering with terrorism? How can you compare a charge which has maximum punishment of 7 years with a charge that has maximum punishment of death penalty also? This is where it also gets interesting, because the problem with the law is if someone is charged under terrorism in India, the law is if they ask for a bail, if the opposition lawyer just says that I have an objection, the bail will not be given. Let me repeat. If someone is charged with terrorism related cases in India and they're applying for a bail, they are saying that there's no proof against me, please give me the bail. If the opposition lawyer just says this much, that I have a doubt, the bail should not be given. Even just by saying that much, the bail will be denied. The problem is the Supreme Court is now applying the same logic to money laundering. In case of money laundering, also Supreme Court is saying the same thing, that if someone is charged under the PMLA law, we cannot give them the bail. We will not give them the bail if the opposition lawyer has any issue with that. This has been criticized because many people thought that when PMLA case or ED case has gone to Supreme Court, many people thought Supreme Court will intervene, change the law, make it slightly easier. But Supreme Court, in fact, has sided with the ED, and they have said that the law is fine. This is the example that I gave you. This is just written in the paragraph form. The same example that I gave you. Does stealing money doesn't mean that ED will get involved. If you use that money now to buy something, etc., this is when the ED will come into picture. And do remember that 1 crore mark. Now, the role of ED. What does a ED do? You don't have to remember specific sections of the act. Don't worry about that. You don't have to remember specific sections of the act. Just remember the powers of the ED. So they have the power to search your property, seize your documents. They also have the power to arrest if you think that it is necessary. ED can carry out a search and seizure without calling the person for questioning as well. So if they have enough doubt that yes, some person might have some ill-gotten property, money, they can carry out the search without even asking the person to come for questioning. If the person is arrested, ED gets 60 days to file the charge sheet. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Please listen to this very carefully. What do you mean by charge sheet, and why is this in the news? Let's say the police arrests someone and puts them in the jail, and the court and the case starts in the court. Usually, police get certain time period. Let's say within 60 days is a usual time period. Police gets 60 days to file the charge sheet. What do you mean by filing the charge sheet? Charge sheet is a document prepared by the police, prepared by the investigative agencies, basically telling exactly what are the crimes that the person has committed according to the police, what are the evidences that the police has to prove the case, what are the witnesses that they have, basically detailing every single thing. That charge sheet is submitted in the court, and a copy of the charge sheet is also given to the person who has been arrested. This is usually done 60 days, depending upon the crime. It can change here and there, but usually let's assume 60 days. Now, what happens is, in case the police or the ED is not able to submit the charge sheet within 60 days, it does happen quite a lot that they are not able to submit the charge sheet within 60 days, then what will happen? Then the person is usually entitled to get default bail. This is called default bail. Default bail means a bail given to the person because the charge sheet was not filed on time or there was an incomplete charge sheet, something like that has happened. So default bail will be given. Now the problem starts. The first big problem is for a common man, for an ordinary citizen, even being in the prison for 60 days is a long time. For a common man, being in the prison for even 2 days can be a horrific experience. So the charge sheet thing, you are waiting the person, keep the person waiting for 60 days, you keep him in the prison. And even after that, there is no guarantee, because I'll tell you what has happened. The agencies, the police, ED, they have also become smarter. So what they do is, let's say after 60 days, they don't have the charge sheet, but they want to keep the person in the prison. So what they do is they now submit incomplete charge sheets. And they tell the court, we have worked this much. Please give us 1 more month, 3 more weeks, 2 more weeks. We will prepare the complete charge sheet then. For now, at least get this, or for now, at least take this, the half of the charge sheet. This also has become a big problem. Just in order to deny the default bill, in order to make sure people do not get the bail, they do these tactics as well. Also, ED can attach your property. What do you mean by property being attached? Property being attached, in simple terms, means that your property will not be your own. You cannot sell this, you cannot buy anything, you cannot reside in that. Property attached means till the time that the investigation is going on, the property will be under control of the ED, under control of the government. You cannot make any changes in that property, you cannot reside, you cannot do anything. This is what you mean by property being attached. All these are the powers of the ED that come into the picture. All these are the powers that are given in the PMLA, that is the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now, again, the question also is, can they handle retrospective cases? Retrospective means in 2005, the PMLA came into picture. What if someone indulged in money laundering before 2005? Would that case be taken up by the ED? In simple terms, no. ED will only take up case of money laundering that happened after 2005, meaning that after the PMLA law came into the picture, not before that. Over here, you also have to understand one more thing. Let's take the case of that bank robbery only. Let's say the robbers robbed the bank in 2002, but they did not use any money. They just saved the money. They thought, let the police forget about the case, let the government change, let us not do anything, and then we'll use the money. Let's say they use the money in only 2006. They use the money to buy something, to convert that into white. This will be under ED. So ED is not concerned with when the money was sourced or when the money was earned. ED is concerned with whether or not the money laundering happened after 2005 or not. So if money laundering happened after 2005, the ED will come involved in this. Not just this, the law is so strict, not just the person who is laundering the money, but even for concealment, possession, you can be punished. What is concealment? Concealment, for example, means you knew about this, but you did not tell the authorities. You knew about that something wrong is happening. For example, what happens is, let's say you have black money, you go to a builder, you go to a dealer, and you tell them that I want to buy a property. You give them cash. That dealer will also be punished because he knew that this is cash money, but he's not telling anyone. He cannot say that, no, this is not my money. If you're concealing information, you're hiding information, even in that case, you will be charged. Possession means even if the money is not earned by you, you are not using it, the money was kept in your property for some time. The money was possessed by you for some time, even for that, you will be punished. So, concealment, possession, acquisition of or any of that property, using that money, projecting as untainted means possessing as legal, that no, this is a legal property. All of this will be punished. All of this will be punished under this law of the PMLA. And this gives ED humongous amounts of power. Now, the interesting part is if you look at the ED, the most interesting part, as expected, you should not be surprised with this. You look at the people against whom ED takes action. You get the people against whom or people who have been arrested by the ED. You will not, obviously, not find anyone who is from the ruling party. Obviously, all the people would be from the opposition. And that is why it has become very, very, very debated across the entire political spectrum that why is it that the government or is using ED or the CBI as political tools. But the reality is it is used by almost every political party in power. Some use it better, some may not be able to use it that good, but everyone tries to use these agencies. Now look at this. These facts tell you the story of the ED. This was a number given by the government of India last year in the Lok Sabha when there was a question asked about the ED. The government of India told so far ED has filed 943 complaints. Number of complaints filed. Number of people who have been convicted. Number of people on whom the crime has been proven is what? 23. Just imagine. The conviction rate becomes how much? Close to 2% conviction rate. Now imagine. Remember, we were talking about the fact that how good or how bad an investigative agency is. You can come to know about it by looking at the conviction rate. Look at the conviction rate of the CBI, touching over 70%. Look at the conviction rate of ED, 2. Out of 100 people that you filed a complaint to, you only have 2 of them which are charged, which is proven that yes, you did something wrong. All of the other ones are let go. Just imagine about those. Imagine about the people who have been kept in the prison, 98% of them. See, in India, we are living in a society where if you go to prison even for one single day, you know your prestige, your image is gone. Everyone will remember you as a person who went to the prison. You all know that. Not ideal, but that is how it works. No one really cares about whether or not your name was then moved out of the charge sheet, whether or not the court said you are not guilty. Everyone will remember you, oh, you went to the jail, you were arrested. So this is the pressure that ED creates, and this is how the governments have been misusing it. That is how they have actually misused this. What is ECIR? ECIR is similar to basically FIR. So FIRs are registered by the police. ECIR is Enforcement Case Information Report. Similar to FIRs, these are registered by the ED. Enforcement Case Information Report. Similar to the FIR only. So they are the ones who register these kind of complaints. Now, as I said, Supreme Court has not given any relief to people who were hoping that Supreme Court would change the PMLA law, who were hoping that Supreme Court might take away some powers of ED. Opposite has happened. In fact, the Supreme Court has sided with the ED, has sided with this PMLA and said that yes, they should be strict. As I said, Supreme Court said offense of money laundering is as heinous as terrorism. They said that stringent conditions for bail are legal. They are not arbitrary. Getting a bail should be extremely difficult. As I said, it has said that just like in terrorism cases, if the opposition lawyer says I object, the bail should not be given. Similar in this case also, just because or just if the opposition lawyer objects, the bail will not be given. So we are living in this era of the PMA law continuing to be extremely, extremely strict. Usually, usually we do not read about enforcement directorate. You will hardly find a chapter on enforcement directorate anywhere. This is usually not asked. The reason why I discuss this with you is because it has been so much in the news, so you should know about this. But usually you will not see ED being discussed. The chapter on ED, etc., is not really found in most of the books. You will not see even the question being asked in the previous year, so don't worry about that. Don't have to go into a lot of detail. Just we are discussing it because we know that it is something that is in the news. Okay, before we go ahead to the last topic for the day, let me quickly take up a few questions. Just a second. Okay. I have a question from Satyam. If law and order is a state subject, ED, how is ED investigating without state's permission? Law and order does not cover economic offenses. Money law and order basically means basically those kinds of murder, basic robbery, etc. That is law and order. Saruf, ECIR is just like FIR registered by the police. Does that ECIR is registered by the enforcement directorate ED? That is the only difference. Then Saurav, as I told you, ED and CBI are different. CBI can investigate much broader category of cases. ED investigates money laundering cases. As simple as that. Vishal, we do not have a state authority parallel to ED. If some states want, they may make it, but right now we don't have a parallel authority for ED at different state levels. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's move ahead then. You see some of people's photo right here in front of you. Can you tell me the name of the first person? Any idea name of the first person? Any idea who was he? Okay. Okay. Few people know. Few people know. Yeah. First person, Satyendra Dubey. Satyendra Dubey. Second person, any idea who is he? Any idea who is he? The second person? Vijay is being very racist. Vijay is saying Chinese. Okay. So basically, Dr. Li Wenliang. Dr. Li Wenliang. Second person. Third person, I'm sure all of you know, Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden, the third person. So basically, why are these photos here? What are we discussing about? All of these have one thing in common. All of these are whistleblowers. Let me first tell you the story and then we can understand what do you mean by whistleblower. Let's talk about Satyendra Dubey. Satyendra Dubey worked for NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, the government company that makes highways all across the country. Now, if you look at National Highway Authority of India, what do they do? How do they work? Let's assume the NHAI wants to build a 1,000-kilometer long highway. Usually, they don't build it themselves. They hire contractors, they hire agencies, and then they give some part to them. For example, they will hire a contractor, tell them this 50-kilometer you build. Then they'll hire some other contractor that 50-kilometer you build, we'll give you money. And they will look into that, they will oversee whether it is working fine or not. So Satyendra Dubey worked for NHI. He was an IES, Indian Engineering Services Officer. He was in charge of a part of this highway. Have you heard of something called Golden Quadrilateral? There was a very big government project called Golden Quadrilateral. So when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the prime minister, the government started this program called Golden Quadrilateral to join the four original metro cities. So highway from Delhi to Mumbai to Chennai to Kolkata, and then again to Delhi. So Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata. That was the entire idea of the Golden Quadrilateral. A very successful project. So under this project, NHAI was building these highways. He was in charge of a part of highway in Bihar. What he found out was that there were some issues that the contractor was not using appropriate quality material. Whatever the contractor had promised, they are not doing the same. They are actually doing something different. And he started making complaints. It is said that he even wrote a letter to the prime minister at that point of time. What you have to understand is that these people who get these contracts of builders and roads, highway, they're very, very powerful people. A lot of money is involved in this. You saw what happened in Haryana a few months back. Remember when a senior police officer was killed just because he was raising his voice against sand mining, illegal sand mining. Remember, this police officer was killed. Now, similarly, these people are extremely powerful because they have, it's a lot of money that is involved. Crores and crores of rupees gets involved here. So he wrote a letter to Prime Minister. Nothing really happened. Eventually, one day he was killed. His body was found. Apparently, he was going for a family function in Gaya. His car did not arrive at the station. He took a rickshaw, and then apparently his dead body was found the next day. So there were many arrests that were also made, but nothing really happened. Some people were arrested, but again, what he had to lose his life for bringing out this corruption. Then the story of Dr. Li Wenliang. Dr. V. Wenliang is considered to be the person who wanted to tell the world about coronavirus. So when COVID-19 started in China, some doctors came to know about this, that something wrong is happening. They saw this weird kind of a virus spreading, people dying, something that they have never seen before. So you all know that China told the world about COVID-19 much later on. This is one of the biggest criticisms of China even today, that China knew about COVID-19 much earlier, but they just did not tell anyone. So Dr. Li Wenliang was one of the first people, a doctor, who came to know something wrong is happening. There's a new virus, and this is 2019, second half of 2019, that he got to know about this. So he started making some. Now the problem with China is most of the social media that you use in India or other parts of the world does not operate in China. China has their own version of Google, Facebook, Twitter. They have their own versions. So he started making certain videos to put online, so to tell the world about it. He was arrested by the Chinese government, put in the prison, and he died of COVID itself. Not given any treatment, he died of COVID itself. Again, a whistleblower who had to pay with his life for raising the voice. Then we have the third person, Edward Snowden. You can say Edward Snowden is the luckiest of the three because he's still alive. So Edward Snowden worked for the government of America. He raised his voice that government of America is spying on everyone. They are listening to telephone calls of their citizens. They are reading the emails of their citizens. And not just this, American government even spies on foreign leaders. They have bugged the offices of many foreign leaders, prime ministers, presidents, and they keep on listening. So when he brought this to light, obviously government of America was very angry with him. He had to leave the country. He asked for asylum from Russia. Russia gave him asylum, so he stayed in Russia. America wants him back, but obviously he's not going back. What is common in all of them? All of these are whistleblowers. All of these took great amount of risk to come out in the open and raise the voice of corruption. And what did they gain in return? Two of them lost their life. One of them almost has lost their life, living far away from the country, far away from the family. This is why it was felt that we should have a law to protect the whistleblowers specifically. This is why in 2014 we had the Whistleblower Protection Act. In simple terms, what is the idea of Whistleblower Protection Act? The simple idea of Whistleblower Protection Act is anyone who is a whistleblower, anyone who brings to light the corruption cases, their identity will be protected. So when they file a complaint, no one will get to know about it. Their identity will not be protected. Now, this also has certain exceptions. We'll discuss what are the exceptions, what are the cases in which identity is told to someone, but this is the generic version of the law. Now, the example that I gave you in the first slide are not the only examples. There are a lot of other examples of officers who have either paid with their life or they have had their own set of problems because they have not been accepting what the government or what the powers want them. Have you heard of the name Manjunath? Have you heard of him? S. Manjunath. There was a movie also made on him called Manjunath. Heard of him ever? Any idea? Okay, so I'll tell you. Basically, what happened was, okay, so I'll tell you what. So basically, what happened was that he passed out from IIM Lucknow. He was working with Indian Oil Corporation. And when he was working in the Indian Oil Corporation, his job was simple, that he was in charge of a certain area and he had to ensure that the petrol pumps, etc., are giving clean, unmixed, unadulterated petrol, etc. Because in petrol pumps, there is a very common practice that they mix kerosene with petrol. The reason is kerosene is cheaper, obviously. Now, by the way, kerosene is obviously banned in many parts of the country, but kerosene is much cheaper. So petrol pumps usually mix kerosene with petrol to make it more profitable for them. So he found out about that there's something wrong happening. He started to complain again. These people are very powerful people. He complained and he was murdered. There's a movie made on him. Even IIM Lucknow has a award in his name. There's a Manjunath Award given in IIM Lucknow to their students. Then Ashok Khemka, I'm sure all of you are aware of him. I don't need to tell you. Sanjeev Chaturvedi, some of you might have heard about him. Sanjeev Chaturvedi, Indian Forest Service officer. He has also been bringing out a lot of scams in the forest department, selling of forest produce, etc. Again, did not go well with some people who thought that he is going against the government, against the powerful people. He even wrote a letter to the president when President was Pratibha Patil. But again, nothing really happened out of it. He was transferred time and time again and again. Just like Ashok Khemka, he's been transferred. He also was in the Haryana cadre. The only thing good that happened was he was taken out of the Haryana cadre and he was moved to the central government. So he's still alive and well, touchwood. He works for the central government. But again, examples of how officers bringing to light certain wrong things happening, having to pay with their life. This is why it is extremely important to protect them, protect their identity. If not award them, at least protect their life, if nothing else. This, in simple terms, is a whistleblower. A person, an employee of the company, government agency, or anyone who is disclosing information about something wrong that has happened. It may be corruption, it may be something that is being hidden, something dangerous for the country. All of these things, when they bring to light, they are called the whistleblowers. Whistleblower can be internal or external. Internal, who works for the organization, and external, obviously, who is an outsider who does not work for the organization. But both of these are whistleblowers. Now, let's come to the law. What does the law say? The law, which law? Whistleblower Protection Act of 2014. First part. Any public servant, including a non-government organization, may make a disclosure to the central or state vigilance commissioner. Now, just see this very carefully. First, it says public servant or any other person. So if you're not working for the government, you are an outsider, but you come to know about it, that there's some corruption from some source, you also have the right to raise a complaint. Their identity will not be disclosed to the central or state vigilance commission. Now, this is where the problem is. Remember, I told you, although at the Lokpal portal it says that we will protect your identity, But the law, Whistleblower Protection Act, doesn't include Lokpal. Whistleblower Protection Act only says if you complain to Central or State Vigilance Commission, we will protect your identity. Means not the police. If you complain there, identity will not be protected. Not the Lokpal, only to CVC or to the State Vigilance Commission. If you complain, your identity will not be revealed. Second, you cannot file anonymous complaints. Remember, we used to have these old movies where someone used to call the police on the PCO, hello, there is something wrong happening there. And the police used to ask, who are you? They used to say, your well-wisher, and then cut down the phone. Remember? That will not happen here. No anonymous complaints can be filed. Means you have to tell who you are while filing the complaint. You have to reveal your identity. There cannot be false, bogus complaints without the name. There has to be a name that you have to put here. That is how the identity of the complainant is necessary. You cannot have a blank complaint. The law also says anyone knowingly making false complaints will be punished. Now, you might say that this is a problematic thing. See, let's take a simple example. Let's say you filed a complaint because you come to know that there is something wrong happening in a place. Okay. Sorry. Let's say you come to know about a corruption in a government department, you file the complaint. Now, you don't investigate this. Investigation will be done by the CBI or police, right? You can't do that. CBI will do the investigation. Let's assume CBI investigated the case, but they could not find any proof. They could not find any proof. Now the problem starts. Would it be called a false complaint because it could not be proven or not? Because if you now call that a false complaint, then you will be punished for making the complaint. That is a big problem. That when you're punishing someone for making a false complaint, you are actually discouraging people from coming in and filing the complaint. You are scaring the people that, see, if it is not proven, then you will be the one who will be punished. There is no clarity on that. That what will be a false complaint? If it is not proven properly, is it a false complaint? Is it not a false complaint? That is again a problem here. So you have to ensure that this is actually not done. Sahil is saying, isn't the first and second point contradicting? No. Understand the second point. First point is saying your identity will not be disclosed. Second point is saying while filing a complaint, you have to tell your name. It will not be shared with anyone. But when you file a complaint on the CVC portal, you have to tell your name. That is what the second point is. That your name has to be given while you're filing the complaint. You cannot file a complaint without a name or with some fake name, etc. You have to file the complaint with your name. That is what the second point is. Apart from this, Vigilance Commission will not disclose your identity to anyone except, now this is where the problems are. There is one exception. Your identity may be disclosed to the head of the department against whom you have made the complaint. So let's assume you have made a complaint against a department in the finance ministry. The person heading that department might come to know your name. Your name might be told to the head of the department. This is where the problem starts. See, you all know in any society, a secret is never a secret even if you tell one single person. You know that, right? Everyone is like, oh, I know a secret. Should I should I tell something to you? Everyone obviously wants to share these things. So the problem is that when you disclose your identity to even one single person, it becomes a big problem. It is an even bigger problem when you are an internal whistleblower. Why? Let's assume you are working in the same department. You filed a complaint. Imagine your boss getting to know about it, your boss calling you to the office. So you were the one who filed the complaint. You are bringing a bad name to my department. Why did you not come to me first? Why did you go to that? You know how bosses and how these situations can play out, right? That rather than your boss or head of the department maybe looking after that, maybe your boss will start blaming you that you are the ones because of which my department is getting a bad name. You should be held responsible, etc. So that also becomes a problem. That is, there can be harassment of person who has filed a complaint himself, especially if the person is working within the department. The act penalizes anyone who discloses the identity. The act penalizes anyone who discloses the identity. Now, the problem here is you can say that yes, act is penalizing anyone who discloses the identity. But the problem is, if you disclose the identity, the person might have to pay with their life. How can you compare that with any fine or penalty? There's no fine big enough, penalty big enough that is equal to that penalty. So yes, you do say, or the act does say, that there is penalty if you disclose a person's name. But on the other hand, the other person is having to pay with his or her life. That becomes a big problem. That is also a part of the law. Now, there are a lot of other issues. There are a lot of other issues with the law. First big issue, no provision of penalty for victimizing a complainant. This is the example I was giving you. You work in that department, your head of the department gets to know the name. Also, those who are asking, what if the complaint is against the boss? Then use common sense, right? If the complaint is against the boss, do you think the boss will get to know the name? Obviously not. So use common sense. Obviously, if the complaint is against the boss, they will not be told. Simple. So provision is first, if let's say your boss gets to know that you are the one who filed a complaint in the department, because see, understand how departments work. Do you know, for example, in a government department, if someone takes a bribe, it's not that that single individual will take all the money. So usually what happens in a government department, someone takes a bribe, everyone at different levels gets a piece of it. Some percentage goes at the top, some percentage here, there. Everyone has a piece of it. That is how departments secure themselves. Because they know, since everyone is involved, no one will complain outside. Because when you are involved, obviously no one will go outside, right? That is why the problem starts. When you know that everyone is involved, no one will actually complain outside. And if all of a sudden someone from your department goes and complains to someone else, then the head of the department can start victimizing. Basically making you the victim, harassing you, making it difficult for you to work in the department, giving you more work, not treating you well. They will not disclose your identity because disclosing the identity will be problematic. Disclosing the identity obviously will be something that will be punished, but harassing someone, making it difficult for them to work is still not something that will be penalized. Second, recommendations of the CVC are obviously not binding. Now, as we discussed, when the CVC investigates a matter, they find out that the person is guilty, they recommend the government removal, suspension, transfer, whatever. That is not binding on the government. The CVC can only recommend, and no recommendation is ever binding. Recommendations are always not binding. So even if investigation is done, the person has proven to be corrupt, even then it is not necessary that the person will be removed. So at the end of the day, the whistleblower is taking all that punishment on him, all that risk for no reason. Third problem, no incentive for the whistleblower. See, there are two ways to look at it. First way to look at it, number one, you can say people become whistleblowers not for money. They become whistleblowers because they want the good thing. They want to do the right thing. And I agree with that. People become whistleblowers not for the sake of money. They are not getting anything in return. They become whistleblowers because they are morally right. They want to do the right thing. But I'll give you a simple example. Okay, let's try and understand this. Let's assume you're walking on the market. You see a car being parked in no parking, where car should not have been parked, or car being parked in the middle of the road. What happens? You don't do anything. You just say a few bad words and you go ahead. Now let's imagine the government makes a law that if you find a car parked in no parking, if you find a car parked somewhere else, click a photo, submit it to us, whatever challan that we impose, you will get 25% out of that. Now tell me, would you now click a photo or not? Would you now tell the government about it or not? Because you're getting 25% of the challan fine. Would you do it or not? A lot of people will do it. People will in fact start going out of their house with a mobile phone in the morning, entire day just clicking photos of cars and then taking the fine, right? Why did it happen? Because you incentivize the whistleblower. Government did not do anything. Government just made sure that you also get a cut of it. So you actually now are incentivized. So now imagine, some people are whistleblowers because they really want to do the right thing. Other people, you can encourage them by maybe incentivizing them. So that is also an issue that has to be resolved. Next problem: no time limit for inquiry by the CVC. You file a complaint with the CVC. There is no guarantee that within a few days, weeks, or months, there will be a solution to that. There is no time limit within which the CVC has to complain or has to make sure that this complaint entirely is done. Other issue: it covers only public servants. So you can only file a complaint against public servants under the law. The law does not allow you to file complaints against corporates. The law does not allow you to file complaints against individuals. See, understand this. Corruption now is not just related to government. Even the corporate sector, you see a lot of corruption in the private sector. Look at IPL, match fixing, part of corruption. Look at the Satyam scam. Look at the Arshad Mehta scam. A lot of these scams have come up. But the law does not really ask you that you can be protected or you will be protected if you file a complaint against private individuals also. For private individuals, you can't even go to CVC. For private individuals, these kind of complaints, something wrong is happening, you have to go to the police and something else. So that also is a big issue. All these are big issues with the law that still need to be solved out. Do you, if you are from Madhya Pradesh, you most probably would have heard of Vyapam. If not, even then, you would have heard of Vyapam, I'm sure. Vyapam, have you heard of it? If people from MP, sure, I'm sure you have heard of it. Okay. Those are from MP, I'm sure you know about it. If you don't, if you're not from MP, I'll just tell you. So basically, Vyapam is again this agency of the government of Madhya Pradesh. They conduct examination. They conduct a lot of examinations. Let's say after class 12th, they conduct the examination to get admission into medical and the other exams as well that they conduct. So a few years back, this report came out about paper leak, not just paper leak, people giving paper on someone else's behalf. That became the huge Vyapam scam. And there's in fact a web series also made on it. It is on Sony Live. The name of the web series is The Whistleblower. Not a great web series, but you can know it if you can watch if you want to get an idea. Whistleblower is a web series. So now, why I'm telling you about the Vyapam scam. Vyapam scam, and I should not say this, but it's just like a movie. Everyone who spoke against the Vyapam scam, who was a witness, one by one, they were found to be dead under very mysterious circumstances. People just uh, got invisible, they were just missing. Some people all of a sudden killed by truck. Some people all of a sudden committed suicide. No investigation, nothing. So a lot of people, one after the other, started to die. This was a huge, and this is still something that has not been resolved so far. No proper investigation, etc., has happened. This Vyapam scam is again a prime example of how the whistleblowers need protection, how the whistleblowers under the current law still do not have the kind of protection that is required. This is a prime example of how whistleblowers who have risked their lives are now coming in or should be protected. There is one more discussion about Whistleblower Protection Act and something else related to what we have studied. That is the RTI. Now, there is something regarding RTI also that you have to understand. So many people, for example, are RTI activists. Many people are RTI activists. So basically, what is an RTI activist? RTI activists usually do a couple of things. First, they file a lot of RTIs to bring out information regarding corruption, and then they bring it to the media so that the people are aware about it. That is an RTI activist job. So RTI activist, uh, basically, they on behalf of the people file the RTI. And second thing, they also raise awareness about RTIs, etc. The problem with the RTI Act is there are many RTIs also, or RTI activists also, that are being killed. There are many RTI activists that are being threatened or even murdered. Why? Because again, when you become a threat to powerful people, when you start bringing out information against the powerful people that they don't want to be out in the public, this is where the problem starts. So there is a demand from the RTI activists that even they should be covered under Whistleblower Protection Act. So demand is that when you file an RTI, even your identity in that case should be kept a secret. People, their name, their identity should not be told to anyone, to any government department, to anyone, because that is not required, right? If you actually see, when you file an RTI, what is the use of the government knowing your name? They can do it without the name, they just have to give out the information. But this is where the suggestion is from the side of the RTI activists. Obviously, it has not been accepted so far. No government or government agency would want more RTIs to come in. As we discussed earlier, governments don't want more complaints, governments don't want more data, etc., to go out in the public. So why would they make it easier for the RTI activists? But at least this is a demand that RTI activists also are like the whistleblowers. They should be given protection because again, there is no need of revealing the identity of a RTI activist. You just have to answer what the question asked is. That is also suggestion that has not been accepted so far. In the end, there are some suggestions about the law. How can it be made better? See, writing suggestion for anything is the easiest part. How? Go back to the problems. This is the problem part. Just write opposite to it. One and all the points, just write opposite and they will become suggestions. As simple as that. Just write opposite to this, every single point one by one, it will become suggestions. For example, go to suggestions part. First, create awareness amongst employees. Make the employees also more aware about how the law works so that they don't, by mistake, disclose anyone's identity. There should be model whistleblower law for private enterprises also. As we discussed, only public servants are covered. So have a law about private enterprises as well. Create some provision for incentives, encourage more people to come out in the open, bring out the news so that they are encouraged. Victimization should be defined, as I said, and many people are repeating here. Many people wanted me to repeat this first point, right? So I'm repeating it here. There is no penalty for victimization. What do you mean by victimization? Victimization simply means the person who complained, you start harassing that person only. You start making him the victim. You start pressurizing him, take back the complaint. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? There is no definition of the word victimization, meaning that if your head of the department comes to know about your name, what is it that he should or should not do, or cannot do? That is not clearly defined. The only definition is that he cannot share your identity with someone else. But can he take some action against you? There's no clarity on that. Also, we need to have a method to remove frivolous complaints. Frivolous means non-serious. See, a lot of people want to misuse the law, want to pressurize the government servants, public servants into not doing their job properly. A lot of people just keep on filing these kind of complaints to irritate the public servants, to irritate those who are working. We need to find a much more efficient method for this. Just by saying that having, let's assume, a penalty for false complaints is not good enough. Because again, the definition of false complaints is not clear. If something has not been proven to be true, does it become a false complaint or not? There's no clarity on that. So we should clearly define how to ensure that these non-serious, these false complaints are taken out of the system so that it saves times for the authorities as well. Now, I have a couple of practice questions for you as your homework. These are questions not necessarily from what we have discussed right now, but from something that we have discussed earlier. I would like you all to write some answers, mail these answers to ieslive@byju's.com. See if you are able to get enough content for these. For example, one question is about RTI. In a democracy, citizens are the rulers of the government and thus owners of all information on public records. Debate in the light of dilution of RTI Act. So, a couple of things, suggestions from my end before you start trying to write these answers. Number one, when they are saying dilution of the RTI Act, what they mean to say is in 2019, the changes that were made that we discussed, salary and tenure. Also, when there's a word called debate, that means you are expected to write negative and positive both. So you can write negatives that the RTI Act should not be diluted, it should be empowered. Positives, you can write about the fact that yes, government has a right to preserve and protect certain information, certain national information for national security should not be shared. Those kind of things. Try and write an answer to this in about 200 words. Whatever we have discussed in the RTI class is good enough for you to write this answer. One more practice question. This is with respect to the Lokpal. The question is, with the correct usage of powers entrusted in the Lokpal, the office can be a real game changer in India's fight against corruption. Do you agree? Elucidate. What do you have to write here? Couple of things. First, you have to write about the problems in the Lokpal because of which you need changes, and then you have to write about suggestions. What are the changes that are required so that the Lokpal becomes a real game changer? These are a couple of things that you have to write in these kind of questions. Again, whatever content we have studied in the classes so far is good enough for you to write these answers. Try and write this in about 200 words. You remember we have discussed about the problems of the Lokpal in the last slide yesterday. About suggestions also we have discussed. So please try and write these answers as well. I have a couple of practice questions, three practice questions in fact for you. Let's see if you can answer these questions. Read this very carefully. Let me know once you're ready. I'll start your time. Should we begin? Okay. The time starts. Five more seconds. The time is up. 36% people only answered the question correctly. All of the above. You had to tell which is incorrect. I really hope you have read this word. I hope you read this word that you had to tell the incorrect. Which of these is incorrect? All of these are incorrect. First, CVC is the main agency for preventing corruption in central and state, not the states. I have been telling you time and time again. At the state level, we have the state vigilance commissioners. Second, members are appointed by the president on recommendation of a four-member committee. No, three-member committee. Remember, who are the three members? The prime minister, leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, and then we have the home minister. Remember, three members committee, not the four members. Third, tenure of vigilance commissioner is 5 years. No, 4 years. Remember, I had told you this is a interesting organization. Tenure not 5, not 6, but 4 years. So all these three are incorrect. Since you tell the incorrect statement, the answer is B, all of the above. Okay? Perfect. Second one. Question number 2. Ravi, you are getting confused with CBI director. In the CBI director committee, there is a Chief Justice of India. The question is about the CVC. In CVC, it is the Home Minister, not the CJI. Read the question carefully. Let me know once you have read it. Should we start? Okay. And the time is up. 57% people got this right. Good job. This is B. Two are correct. Which one is wrong? Most of you have rightly said. Second one is wrong. Why? CBI can suo moto means by itself take up investigation of offences in all union territories. Full stop. It is not about the ones who don't have a legislature. So it's not just about Delhi, JNK and Puducherry. In these also they can take up the cases suo moto without the permission. So all the UTs are covered, not just the UTs without the legislature. That is why first and the third are right. We had discussed the higher judiciary, that is the High Court and the Supreme Court, can ask the CBI to conduct investigation anywhere without the consent of the state also. And third is also true. Central government can ask the CBI to have the inquiry, but only with the consent of the state. Let's move on to the last question of the day. Read this very, very, very carefully. It's a tricky question. Read this carefully. Let me know once you have read this. I'll start your time. Done? Time has started. Ten more seconds. And your time is up. 30% people got this one right. This is actually A, only one. Slightly tricky, right? Let's see. Let's talk about CBI director first. Who are the members in this appointment committee? We discussed it today, so you should know. It is the Prime Minister, leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, and it is the Chief Justice of India. So you had to tell, first of all, who is not a member of this committee. So who are members here? You can remove those. Leader of opposition, you can remove that. Chief Justice of India, you can remove that. Now, out of the remaining two, now you have to see out of the remaining two, who is a member of the Lokpal Appointment Committee. Home Minister or the Lok Sabha Speaker? A lot of people were confused. The answer is Lok Sabha Speaker. Out of all of these, a Lok Sabha Speaker is the only one who satisfies the condition, who is a member of the Lokpal Appointment Committee, but not a member of the CBI Director Appointment Committee. Home Minister is not a member of any of the two committees. Home Minister is not a member in any of the two committees. Do remember that. This brings me to the end of the class. Let me show you the leaderboard, and the remaining time I will take some of your questions. Let's see the leaderboard first. You have the leaderboard right in front of you. A lot of people gave all the three correct answers. Good job, guys. Ayushi, Nihar, Akansha, Ravi, Mrugna, Himanshi, Shahid, Ashutosh, Grishma, Arshdeep, Himaya, Navonil, Kawana, Abhinav, Pawan, Manasvi, Vibhor, Payal, Vivek, Dhara, and Khushi. Good job, guys. Perfect. So this brings us to the end of the class. If you do not have any questions, you can leave. If you have any question, you can stay back and ask those. I'll try and answer some of the questions. Okay. Vivek is saying how economic offenders make handshake with political parties. Because Vivek, political parties also need money for their working, right? So these political offenders, economic offenders donate a lot of money to political parties, and that is how they come in contact. Arman is saying, could you say some way forward for efficient working of the ED? Arman, see, the efficient working of the ED mainly depends on the conviction rate. So make sure the conviction rate is higher. For that, make changes in the law, only have those people arrested for which they have enough proof, make changes to the law of the bail as well. This is how the law can be made better. Himanshi saying, if we give example, there's a chance we might exceed the word limit. How to manage? So Himanshi, see, understand when you're giving example, do not have to be too elaborate. Don't give the entire story about what exactly happened. Give, and this is the skill that you have to inculcate in answer writing. Answer writing is not exactly about having enough words. It's also about making sure you give enough information in the limited time period, limited words as well. So that's a skill that you have to develop. Uh, Anurag is saying solution of third provision of Whistleblower Act. Anurag, what was the third provision of Whistle Protection Act? What was the solution? You have to tell me what was the provision. Ravinder is saying how ED knows whether in use of money. Ravinder, that is how it works. See, you, me, we are not working in CBI and ED because we have not been given that training. It's like asking, how did the CBI know who conducted the murder? How did someone know who killed who? Because they investigate the matter. They have informant. That is how they work, right? So that is how they work. Simple. Then Anurag is saying, you told that CVC does not do investigation directly, but in whistleblower case, CVC is investigative agency. No. Anurag, CVC is not the investigative agency for anything. You complain to the CVC, they will ask the CBI to conduct the inquiry and get back to them. So CVC themselves will not do investigation. They are not trained. See, what is CVC? CVC is just a couple of IAS officers. How do they know how to investigate the case? They have not been trained in that. Just see why that logic. They'll ask the CBI to conduct that inquiry. Nikhil is saying appointment officers of CID is the same as CBI. No, Nikhil. CBI is a central government body. CID is a state government body. The state government decides how their CID will be appointed. Himanshi saying in the time when Supreme Court is conducting inquiry, do the commissioners continue to be on their post or is it required to leave there and there? Himanshi, it really depends on the Supreme Court or on the inquiry that is going on. If there's a serious allegation, they're asked to step down. If there's not a serious allegation, then they're not asked to step down. Vivek is saying republish the leaderboard not visible to me. Vivek, the leaderboard is on from my end. You can see the leaderboard once again. Saurav is saying IAS officers have a life risk. Saurav, everyone has a life risk. You go out on the road, you are taking a risk with your life. As simple as that. So to say that IAS also have life risk, not others. See, it's very simple. The more powerful you are, the more people you are impacting with your decision. It's very obvious, but unfortunate that you may have a life risk because you may not be liked by certain people. Your decisions might impact some people negatively. So yes, this is an issue. Pyle is saying, is CVC for normal people? Pyle, I'm not able to understand your question. Everyone is a normal person. So I'm not sure what you want to ask. Satyam is saying, doesn't Whistleblower Act cover cases against judiciary? See, Whistleblower Protection Act covers cases that for which you file complaint to the CVC. Now ask yourself this. In the CVC jurisdiction, does it say that against judiciary also you can file cases? No. So you get your answer there. If against judiciary, if you cannot file a case or file a complaint to the CVC, then obviously the Whistleblower Protection Act doesn't apply there. While saying, I mean, normal people can reach CVC. While I'm still not able to understand. Do you mean to say, can ordinary people complain to the CVC? Or do you mean to say, can ordinary people become the CVC? You have to ask that question clearly. What exactly do you want to ask? Uh, Then I have a question from Mallikarjun. Is CBI inquiry's crime involved death of a person? Is it previous permission of state is required? Mallikarjun, it depends. If the crime again is within the state permission is required. If the crime is in a union territory, then the state permission is not required. But if the higher judiciary has told them to investigate, then again permission not required. Rahul is saying Chandigarh High Court can give order to CBI to investigate in any state. Rahul, Chandigarh High Court is High Court for Chandigarh, Punjab, and Haryana, right? So how can they give order to investigate in Maharashtra? They will give in their jurisdiction only, right? Yes, Gurcharan, the recorded classes are available on the portal. You can see the recorded classes as well. Ravinder is saying, if you are an IAS officer, comes to know about corruption, what do? You tell your officers, you tell your seniors, you complain to the CVC, and they will investigate the matter. Uh, Sahil is saying, is there any anti-corruption body as a constitutional body? Not really, not exactly. Yes, anyone who does not have a question is free to leave. Then Satyam is saying, why is judiciary given such special treatment against corruption cases? It's not that they are given special treatment against corruption cases. See, you have to understand, if you are putting someone over the head of the judiciary, it compromises their independence. It's not that you cannot file a case against judiciary. If you have a proof that they did something wrong, go to the police. The police station is always open to you. File a case against that person. It's not that judiciary gets any immunity, but you have to understand the pressure, the role that Supreme Court, High Court judges play. For example, especially, you cannot have them always worrying about whether someone files a case against them or not. That is why. Shivam saying, does CVC file case against private individuals? Shivam, let me give you this homework. Look at the PPT again. Go to the slide which talks about jurisdiction of the CVC, and then see, does it include private people or not? And then you'll get the answer. Then Yashwant Singh, tips for preparation of 2025. Tip is, keep reading. Don't think your exam is very far away. Cover the static subjects first. Cover the static part first. The current affairs can come a bit later on. Vivek is saying, why non-government employees enjoy benefits of whistleblower as government employees? Or why can't? No, so Vivek, basically you are not understanding it properly. If you are a non-government employee, you file a complaint, even then your identity will be protected. The law means you cannot file a complaint against non-government organizations. You cannot file a complaint against those who are not in the government. If you are a private person, you are not working for the government, you can file a complaint, you will still be protected. The law is that you cannot file a complaint against someone who is not in the government. Perfect. So these are all the questions given to me. We still have the SME here to answer all your questions. Keep your questions coming in. We'll meet tomorrow with next module, module number 5. In case you missed out on any class entirely or any part of the class, please make sure that you keep on seeing the recorded version at least to revise. Look at the PPTs to revise. Especially use your weekends well so that you can revise and do some answer writing practice also about the question that was given here. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Don't be late. Bye bye. Have a good day. Jai Hind.